to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show, two-time Gamest in Show.
Welcome everybody to the chat. Welcome everybody to the chat.
To Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels,
Mr.
with
Kennel,
over 40 years in the hunt,
Mr. Ron
going hard
King.
kennels Twin 1
What's
and
up,
Twin 2,
everybody?
dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion.
What's up, what's up, what's up? Check this out. Today I'm starting the show because today we got some serious talking today, because this basically has a lot to do with the business part of the game. Okay? Them damn pedigrees. That's what we're going to be working on today. First thing I like to do is welcome everybody to the show. Second thing, I want everybody to hit them like, subscribe buttons, and get all that out the way. And please understand, we do not promote dog fighting, the sale of dogs for the purpose of dog fighting. This is my personal disclaimer to everybody that's out there. This is all for recreational use and entertainment. So let's get right down to business. The pedigree. Let's talk about the pedigree and how important and what it's supposed to do. It's like that pedigree is like a history of a lot of things. Like, who goes out and buy a car and don't have a title? I mean, they're going to give you the car, but they're not going to give you a title. You don't have no ownership of that car. Your birth certificate. I mean, hey, without a birth certificate, we can't identify who you are. See, a pedigree is very important in this game here. Now, this is my personal opinion. Now, Twin 2, I'm pretty sure he feels the same way because, pretty much, I don't get into the makeup of a pedigree. I don't get into all of that, but I do get into the business side of what we did as far as these dogs was concerned. I always pushed that we're going to be able to do these things. Everything that we did, we documented. The purpose of documentation to us was we were going to track and make sure that everything we did, we didn't have to explain ourselves, was on point. Even down to the process of the things that we did do to get that pedigree. I mean, we just didn't go out and just do things without knowing what we were doing. It's just like buying a car. Who goes out and buy a car and never seen how it runs? Nobody does that. I mean, we never done it. I'm pretty sure 100% of y'all would never go out and buy a car without seeing it. Okay? So that was one of the most important things that we did. We researched. Now, there's a lot of things out here on the internet when it comes to buying cars that you can car care with all that other stuff that you can see if it's been in an accident or anything else like that. But when it comes down to a pedigree, you want more than just a person's word. See, a word is not good enough to me, personally. If I'm going to do something, I'm going to research the person I'm going to do business with. And a pedigree is basically a legal document in this game to certify that what you said is on that piece of paper is supposed to be true. The only problem with that documentation now is we have a whole lot of people who's handling that documentation. You can pick and choose of who you're going to go do your documentation with, whether it's good, bad, or however you choose to do it or what you plan on doing. But like anything else, it all depends on who you're doing business with. You do business with anybody. I deal with contracts. Contracts are binding documents that both parties have to be legally abidable to. Pedigrees should be handled the same exact way. Anytime you can get a pedigree that's not being handled that way, why would you actually go out and do something knowing it's not going to be done or you don't have faith in what you're doing? Those are business decisions. When you're handling business, you have to handle these dogs like they are. For as much as they damn near cost as much as a dog when it comes down to the caring and the upkeep and the bringing up of them. You got to handle them just like what they are. They are a piece of your property. And if you handle your property properly, you won't have to worry about what you're buying because you don't have to buy it. Anytime that you buy anything, it's a decision that you choose to make. So at any point that you choose to back out of that agreement due to lack of information or lack of certification, then don't do it. That's just business. You can't go on what people tell you. I mean, you can tell me, hey, that's a nice car over there. I seen it. Well, I'm going to send him, well, you go buy it. And then he comes back, well, you told me you seen it, but you didn't, they bringing it over on a tow truck. That's exactly what you're doing when you're out here buying dogs without being able to do your research and see what you're buying. Now, my thing is to the chat, how relevant is a pedigree today when it comes down to you buying dogs? I see a lot of people in the little poll, some of them saying yes, some of them saying no. I mean, haven't had a chance to look at the numbers because I'm doing this, and then right now they're not where I can see them. But we're going to go back. I'm going to look at the numbers. Mo had to work a little late tonight, so he's going to be popping into this. But this is the business part of the situation. This is why you see me stepping in. If you're out here buying these dogs and you don't have that pedigree and you're just going on then that means you're taking a chance on what you're doing. Now, another thing about buying anything or doing any type of business, you got to know who you're going to be doing business with. Now, you got to admit, that's what's important. You got to kind of know who you're doing business with. Now, me understanding, and I'm going to just keep it plain and simple. It takes one female, one good bred male to make a line. Depending on how they breed. Now, out of just them two dogs right there, I'm going to put my best work into it. We know what we're doing with our female. We know what we're planning on doing with this male. Because I can take two and make 4 or 5. That's just common sense. So for all the ones that's out there, you're trying to figure out how do you get started, you do your homework. You don't want to have a yard full of bullshit. You got to do your homework. Why take a risk with a whole bunch of shit when it only takes one male and one female? That's it. If you do your homework, and me personally, if I was starting brand new, I would do my homework and I would find that one female, that brood bitch, who got papers, who come from some good damn stock. No way you're going to be able to sit there and know I'm only going to be having 2 dogs that I got to go and be dealing with some shit that is not proven. I'm not going to do it. Now, and then, and here's the other thing. That one female, she's the start of anything that you do. Why wouldn't you go and do your own research on that female as far as their parents is concerned? I mean, what is this coming off of? You're not going to be able to shove a piece of paper in my face and say, this is how she's bred, and I'm going to believe that. Because I truly believe I've been around this game long enough to know that likeness is always going to bring likeness. Trust me when I tell you. Hell, some of y'all out here got kids, you know which kids is yours and which ones ain't. It's common sense. You can look, you can see. That's just the part of the business. You got to be able to just not just let that piece of paper do the talking, but go let your eyes and what you see for yourself. Let that be that one thing that you base your decision on. Remember, this is the business part of making a decision. Anytime you have to make a decision, that decision that you make can be a very detrimental decision if it's the wrong decision. Very detrimental decision. So this is why you take the time to do the research. Look at the person you're doing business with. Understand and know the person you're doing business with. Get out there and meet that person you're doing business with. Because again, I ain't got to concentrate upon one thing. Male and female, that's it. And just think, that female could be off a grand champion Mayday. Okay, and you're handing me a piece of paper. Okay, but I'm still trying to find out, you know, Mayday can be questionable depending on the time period that you bought that dog. Y'all know like I know. Okay? One thing that we did not have to worry about, fellas, we didn't have to worry about that because we knew Victor personally. We went and seen Mayday. We was there. We got a chance to say, okay, yeah, that's the motherfucker we want. That's the motherfucker we're going to take into her. We knew that. We seen it with our own eyes. We got on the phone and made the arrangements and came back and we made the deal. But you got to also remember, in that same token, Victor went away from the States, and he had the brat with him. Now, we not stupid. We understood everything that was going on before he left, but then again, I knew Victor. Victor knew us. Don't send me back no sick dog, and you know what I want. Did it give me what I want? She came back and she was pregnant. Everything that we did after that, DNA, May 2 got straws. DNA should be able to tell him anything you want. We'll all know if it ever became an issue because there is someone out who got straws off of May 2. Which makes that a very, very, very motherfucking valuable straw. If it's correct. But DNA takes care of that. And if I had it, would I be telling everybody I got it? Hell no. But this Somebody had the common sense to take care of themselves and back it up. The thing is, anytime that you're doing business, you have to back up what you're doing. You can't take papers and then all of a sudden you guys just act like, how do you certify what you're doing without papers? Give me a sport that you can go in professional and you don't have a contract. They sell $1 million horses out here. There's people out here breeding the horses for $1 million. And you mean to tell me they doing that without some type of pedigree? Some type of pedigree? I don't think they're not doing it. These big dog shows, offer king so-and-so, so-and-so. Them people are investing that money into some well-known breeded stock. Certification. They know what they're buying. They know what they're expecting out of what they're buying. When you get away from that part of the business, you are taking a chance. This business is been around many, many, many years. I'm telling you. Long before we even got started in pedigrees and how something was bred had always been an issue. But one thing never changed in that whole situation. Likeness is always going to bring likeness. Understand that. And if you can't get that likeness with that piece of paper, then why are you doing business? Are you that desperate that you would be willing to risk that type of money on something that is not proven to you? By all means. I don't do business like that. I can't see myself doing business like that. You know what I'm saying? It's impossible to do business like that when you're not sure who you're doing business with and what the hell I'm fixing to buy. Or what am I fixing to get myself into? When it comes down to business, business don't have no friends. Business is what it is. It's business. And any business transactions is an agreement between two people that everything that I just paid, gave you the money for, is what I agreed to buy from you. That agreement is between two individuals and he has to be abiding by that agreement. Anything less than that, his word ain't good enough. If word was good enough, we wouldn't need contracts. If words was good enough, we wouldn't be having this conversation because everybody would be doing it the right way. But being the word ain't good enough, you got to have something to stand behind what you're doing. And if you are so desperate that you believe in a person to the point that they can't give you that much of a piece of paper that is correct, this game is too big to have to do business with anybody like that. Now, for a lot of people say, well, I don't register my dogs. Okay. Have you guys noticed? Now, we've been out this game over about 2004. Yeah, almost 20 years. But one thing I noticed, the sale of these dogs have increased. From puppies from $350 to $500 to I'm seeing puppies out here for $4,500. You know what I'm saying? You can take a bullshit litter and sell each puppy for $2,500 just because you said this is how it's bred. Now, there's something wrong with that for me. There's a lot wrong with that for me because you got a whole lot of breeders now. I mean, a whole lot of damn breeders. And they're not doing anything to make their stock proven. Nothing at all. Not when they can just put it out there and say it, and then you got, it's like you got 1,000 people. All I need is 100 to fall for my trick. That's all. 100 people to fall for that $2,500 puppy. That don't make sense. That don't make sense for me. And then when you get that puppy and you start breeding that puppy and you start telling people this is how that puppy's bred, you just became conspiracy to that same bullshit that you just bought. Because now you're trying to convince somebody else of something that you're not really sure what the hell you just bought. You ain't got no documentation, and if the documentation that you do have that you're questioning the documentation, then you really in a bunch of damn shit. Because then what if that person buys from you with your documentation, and with nowadays we doing DNA testing and that shit ain't right? Me personally, I wouldn't like that shit, because the agreement when I took that documentation stated that this is what I was buying. The minute that deal went bad based on that DNA and the proof that that wasn't what I bought, we have a problem. And at that point in time, you owe me. Yes, you lied to me and you brokered a deal that you know it wasn't real, and you owe me. Come on. Don't take a rocket science to figure that out. It is what it is. And if we don't get a grip on that, it's running out of control. And right now, it's running out of control. That's why I go back to that one male and one female. All I got to do is just get that one, them two things right there right. And I would never leave my yard. Never leave my yard. Would never have to worry about nobody giving me no bullshit, because I will be responsible for whatever these two right here create. Now, in the process of doing that, yeah, it takes time. It takes time. I would say 2 years at the most, you know, because you want to first get them bred, first get the puppies on the ground, and keep everything. Because if you're keeping everything, that means you get a chance to cuddle each one and know each one and make something to be proven. Again, remember, this is all about proving. You know what I'm saying? It's like a Ferrari. I get in that Ferrari and I put my foot in it, I know I'm going to be getting some business. If I know I took my time and I did my homework and I'm stuck on that likeness, bring likeness based on what I did, I'm going to find it in there. Not everybody's going to have them big old bomb-ass great litters. But let me explain something to you fellas. Let me explain something. In my lifetime, I've seen some litters that came out where everybody was that damn deal. Everybody. Everybody. I mean, you understand what that means when you got that much to play with? You make a name out of it. You don't need a whole bunch of everybody else's shit. If you make a name out of your own shit, right? Just your own shit. And then there's going to be a time where you got to make that outcross. If you got it right the first time, why would you change what you did the first time that got you in a position to be right here, from down here, from that distance to up here? Because now you're dealing with some proven stock that's well-bred, that you stand behind, and you can go right back out and do the same thing that you did the first time. That's how quick a yard is built. That is how quick a yard is built. We always had that mentality. We wasn't going to be breeding nothing but champions and grand champions, proven shit. But we could say that because we traveled. We got out there and we went and seen. We could sit here and tell you, I know the person who has so-and-so and so-and-so. I seen what so-and-so and so-and-so did. I like that. Yeah, he got his championship, or he got his grand championship. Hey, man, here go my number, man. Hit me up. I got a match. You know, there's the relationship right there. It ain't like they don't know me. They didn't see my work. Hey, twin, what you doing? Yeah, it's that time. Yeah, send the bitch on up here. Gotta remember that. We used to send our bitches away. Now, you think we're going to send our valuable bitches to somebody that we don't trust or we don't know? No, we don't do that. We never made it a habit of doing that. And then when it was somebody we kind of like had met at some point and we wanted to get out there and go meet them and be able to walk on their yards, we had open invitations. Again, I got to have a relationship with anybody that I do business with. And I'm a businessman. I do business every damn day. I meet new people, a lot of old people, you know, people been with me for years, but then I meet a whole lot of new people, and guess what? I try to handle them all the same way. All the same way. Because at that point in time, the only thing we have in common at this point is business. Once we get the business out of the way, we have all the fun in the world. But business is business. And I always look at pedigrees as a very important part of any business that you're doing, because it's just like, how can you do business without some type of certification, some type of something that says that you're doing what you're supposed to do? Never been that hard up, fellas. I would never let my brother be that hard up to go out and do business without them papers. Never done it. And actually, we got into a lot of other people who tried to do it without papers, and then, you know, we was kind of like, hey man, you need to get them papers in order. And this, we was catching them when they was just young pups, and they just getting in, and they done got connected, and we're hooking them up with these things. But, you know, in the process of doing this, you need to get these dogs registered. We need to pick up them papers, and what we do from this point on, you know what I mean, we're gonna do this by this and do this by this. And there's a lot of guys out there in the dog world that we ran around that didn't used to do papers, who got onto that paper kick, and guess what? When them dogs became famous and got to do the things that they did, they thank God for them papers. Now, I don't know how we got away from them papers. I don't know how the bullshit got into them papers to where nowadays you got a whole bunch of registries. Come on. I mean, when you can make a registry, and then you can register your dogs any kind of way you want, and then take that same registry and say it's legit, and then sell a whole bunch of damn puppies. Why would it, I mean, what would be the purpose of the box? You know, you might as well go ahead and get into some dog shows or some shit. You know what I mean? That's not box material. I don't see where you can get around, you know, the box and not have all the paperwork you need to go be in the box. Don't make sense to me. Because what if it turns out to be all that? You don't have no papers, no nothing, and you just want people to just go off of what that dog did, okay? Suppose you get a lot of people because they seen what that motherfucker did, okay? What if that same person turn right around and they breed to your shit, and he ain't got no papers, and also he ain't looking at no papers, but his dog is a piece of shit. But you still gonna let him take that shit over there, and then what he gonna do? He either gonna go ahead and keep up the performance that you did to keep that line moving, or he's gonna have that bullshit and say it's off of this motherfucker right here, sell it to somebody, and it's gonna be a bunch of bullshit, and then the minute some shit go up, well, he was off of so he ain't putting out shit. When it all started at that piece of shit that you took the money for, the bread to your shit, now they're gonna put all the blame back on you. They ain't gonna do the 50-50. Nobody looks at that 50-50 shit. Come on, we have looked in enough damn pedigrees and see dogs bred 150 that goddamn times in some cases. And you think they really gave a damn of what bitches they was bringing when they was paying that stud fee? $1,500, $2,500 stud fee. They was taking that damn money and didn't give a damn about the bitches they was running into. But then you sit back and say, oh, well, he was bred 150 times and he only produced so-and-so. Well, wait a minute. Don't necessarily have to be him. Didn't necessarily have to be him. Could have been the bullshit that he was bred into. When you collect the money, you don't really be like into all that. You know what I mean? He did his job. He did his job. He put the accolades right there where he can be champion, grand champion, and he can just sit back and collect all the damn money. He don't give a damn. He just collecting money. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't got no papers either. Now, come on now. Is the accolades the reason you buying these dogs and paying that $2,500, $1,500 stud fee? Because if it's the accolades, then that means you're going to be taking that stud fee and be responsible for when all them other bullshit come through there and they ain't out there producing shit, that they look back and say, he ain't producing shit. Why he ain't producing shit? That don't make sense to me at all. When if that same dog with papers it wouldn't damn it matter what y'all did with that shit when you walked away with it. Wouldn't matter what y'all did when y'all walked away. Y'all paid y'all money. It's on y'all there. Because again, what if they don't bring the dog up like you brought the dog up? See, everybody brings puppies up different. Everybody gets hold of some shit and they handle that they own different type of way. Nobody wanted to take responsibility for what they failure in their yard. They got to have somebody to blame it on. Me personally, never was into that damn shit. That's why we wasn't really into selling dogs. Just never got into it, never looked to be into that shit. We needed to clean some space. We cleaned some space, but it wasn't like that. When we got out of the game, I think we sold 30 dogs, 30 good dogs. And I'm telling you, they was gone in less than 30 days, and they went all over the world. And all of them had papers. Every fucking last one of them. And had no problem moving none of them. I don't understand how you're doing it without them. I don't know what is so important that you got to be in this game and not have them. Because y'all got that much trust in this game like that? That much trust? I don't have that much trust in nothing that I do. Not when it comes to business. Business is not just built on a relationship with a person. That goes right out of the windows, because if we had a relationship, we wouldn't be signing paperwork. I've been married 23 years. I love my wife to death, but I'm pretty sure she signed that piece of paper to say I do. And she will. That's an agreement between me and her. She better abide by that damn motherfucking piece of paper. When you don't want to abide by that damn piece of paper, you can always get that other piece of paper to get your ass out of here. That's what the paperwork do. And to be doing paperwork and to be doing business, any type of business without paperwork does not make sense to me. Now that's my opinion. Other people might have different opinions, and I'm not knocking anybody's opinion on how you do business. That's the whole purpose. So when you talk about business, business is done in many different ways. People handle their business totally different on a lot of different situations. So this is not to knock anybody or knock how you take care of your business. Anything that you hear me talking about right now is how I take care of this business and any other business that I find myself into. When I make my music is copywritten. Period. I protect myself. Period. That's business. Why are you going to create music or anything that you do and just let it out there and somebody can come right by and just take it, do what they want and take credit for it, all because you didn't take care of your business? That don't make sense to me. Maybe I was brought up in a family business. So being brought up in a family business, and being taught business, business wasn't something you actually learned in school and all that other shit. I grew up in a family business, so I had to learn the hard way. Somebody telling me, no, you do this and you do that because, this is what I had to do. And, and as time went on, I understood how important it was to get that piece of paper signed and do my homework before I signed that piece of paper. And that's on any piece of paper, because any business that you're doing is going to be legitimate nowadays. You're going to be signing a piece of paper. And I feel sorry for the person who signed the piece of paper and don't know what the hell they were signing. Come on now. That's life. That don't take a rocket scientist. So you can't just go fixing business around and fit your way of doing things and think it's going to turn out the same way. Those certifications, those agreements that you guys come up with are binding between two individuals on a transaction. And if that transaction goes south, that means somebody didn't hold up to their end of the contract. People are selling the puppies for a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? Some of you guys, I don't know how many on the room does that, but I'm just saying, maybe some of you guys might be puppy peddlers. You know? You see more money in selling puppies. I mean, I see them bullies out there, and for the money today out here, you know, selling bullies for shit. Come on, man. Who wouldn't want to be in the bully business? Gives a damn how he bred. He ain't even got to make a name for himself. All he got to do is look good. Have the right physique in the body and the look. 5,000, 4,500. They ain't got to do nothing. I'd have 30 of them motherfuckers running around. Every time a bitch came in here, I would have them stick in her ass. If that was my thing. That's just not my thing. You know what I'm saying? But for the ones who do it, I'm not knocking them. But I can see why they doing it. Man, you can quit your job if you can pull some shit like that off. You wouldn't need a job. And then and to make a name for yourself doing it, there's a lot of people that made names for themselves out here pushing them bullies. There's a lot of people who have made names for themselves out here pushing these damn American Pit Bull Terriers. A lot of them. The problem is, how much of the crying are you starting to hear now compared to what I was hearing back then? Because back then, everybody understood one thing and one thing only. Don't trust everything you hear. You know what I mean? You got a couple senses. You can hear a bunch of shit. You can see a bunch of shit. You can smell when something getting shitty. And you have a mouth to speak and say what you don't like about what you see and what you've heard and what you smell. That's a whole lot of senses working in one individual to make a decision based off of all the human things that God gives you to make the proper decision. This is why I asked that question today, and this is why I'll speak on it, because this is the business side of this game that I see. It's kind of a bit like no trustworthy, no honor, and people getting stuck, and you put a lot of time in a piece of shit, a yard full of shit. And you looking at them shit every day, and is that a hope and a dream? Because do you have anything to stand behind all that shit that you feeding? Would you take that piece of shit and actually go sell it to somebody else? A lot of that shit going on. Now, is that where the game has gotten to? I'm not active. We're not in that shit now. You know what I mean? Our ears always stay close to what, you know, what we love, always. Always. But also look at it, you know, in the direction of, you know, hey, we don't still, to this day, we do not deal with bullshit. Yeah, we still have access to dogs. We still have dogs. Yes, we do. I'm going to tell you because I'm trying to let you know, we still got dogs. We just not active when we don't do shit. But come on now. When you love something like you do, you're always going to have where you can put your hands on all the right shit. All the right shit. But then still in those situations, and I'm still dealing with papers, and I'm looking back, and we dealing with papers, and there's a whole lot of people out here who ain't dealing with papers. You know, that box is very, very important because, man, if you're trying to make something without some papers, I want to wonder how many of y'all going to get your head kicked in before you realize you're out here dealing with a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some people who know what they got, and they know they can come by and scrap up on all that shit. And a man who know what he got, always gonna have his ups on a person who don't really know what they got. I'm just being honest with you. That's just how that game go. That's life. You want to be just as positive and know as much about what you got before you do what you do. You already done put your time and your money and all that effort And you did that for a purpose. And if you're not getting what you want out of that purpose, you got to find out where it all went wrong at. And I'm going to tell you, 90% of the time, it all went wrong when you first started. In the very beginning, when it was just 1 and 2. That's where I'm at. You don't need 30, 40 dogs to start with. All you need is 2. 2 of the right thing. Certify that shit and then run with it. That's how you create lines. That's how some of the great lines were produced. Now, as far as people who hold on to them lines doing what they do, you got to remember now, you can't keep producing like that. You got to start stepping out some kind of way, somehow, and you're going to have to pick how that out going to come. Now, think about that. We know we cannot continuously inbreed shit to keep shit. Y'all know that, right? There's always going to be 2 in, 1 out. Now listen, and that's coming from me. I know that damn much, and I don't even, because I've been around it so long. I've always been in on the conversation of who was going to be the out. Yeah, I was part of those conversations. I tell y'all every day, I don't get in the papers and nothing shit like that, but I know enough to know that when I know we got to do an out, I have a choice in where that out coming from. I get a chance to go see for myself why we choosing that out. What that out has done prior to us even being here, where it come from. That's business, you know what I'm saying? How do you do that without keeping that in mind while you're dealing with that 1 and 2, knowing that at some point you're gonna have to do an out? Now, if I'm doing an out, why would I run out and grab something that don't have papers? Why would I do that? There's guys that got papers on their dogs and still would breed to a bitch that ain't got no papers. They don't care. They don't care. All they want is that money. You're going to be one of 149 people that's breeding to this damn dog. Why would you care? That makes sense to me, because now you're not, you're just becoming a breeder. You're taking advantage of the accolades that you created for yourself, and that's what they did. I mean, that is history. That is, if you follow the great ones, the lines, this is what they did. And they stuck to it, to where they created that line and they ran with it. Didn't give a damn how you did it. As long as you showed up with that money, they didn't care. But it's important because we're at a whole new day and age now. You see a lot of videos of people walking up and down them yards. This so-and-so off of so-and-so, that's so-and-so off of so-and-so. Okay, but I'm wondering, okay, they look good. Okay. They telling you how they bred. Okay, it sounds like it's bred good. But is that enough for me to be running over there? Taking my brood bitch to breed to with that motherfucker? Without doing you got to be better than, what you saying and what I'm seeing. I need more than that. I go back to our papers now and remember, we always talk about that formula because we never got away from the way we thought about how we was going to do shit. Because we always dealt with proven dogs. That's it. We just, very seldom do we ever go outside of that way of thinking unless it was already on our yard. You know what I'm saying? Some shit that we did get out there and do, that we had other shit. And see, this is the thing about when you're dealing with other shit, because even though shit got papers on it, and we still did a lot of the things that we did, there's still times where that shit didn't work, because look at the shit that we got to test that shit against. We ain't got to go outside the yard. When you got good shit on your yard, you can test right there on your yard. You can test lines against lines. Ain't nobody there but you. Ain't no back and forth. It's free. Get your own goddamn look and see whatever you want to see. And some of that shit just didn't make it. Why would I sell that to somebody else if it couldn't make it for me? And then that's just another thing. We just never got into just that type of situation. You know, we wasn't trying to be that or say, well, no, that's just a brood bitch. You know what I mean? Or don't do nothing with him because he ain't nothing but a stud dog. No. We didn't get to them, too many of them didn't get, you know, they just didn't get away. Now, a couple of friends, you know, hey, don't do with them, you know, man, I'll take him. Yeah, I would do that for a friend. But he'd be a fool if you turn around and go take it and then try to do something with him. After we told him, you know, he didn't make it over here. That's why you got him. At least we're telling you up front. We've had some that come off the yard and went out and still was smashed and shit. They just wasn't making it on our yard, but go and make it on somebody else's yard. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't like we was giving them a piece of shit. It was really like we was trying to give you something that just wasn't working over here based on what we already had here. It didn't make the team, that's all. But then you gotta have the faith in the papers. And I'm just trying to figure out, how do y'all do that without the papers? Is still kind of like, how does that work? How is that working for you? For the ones that's doing that, for the ones who take that way of thinking, you know, from a business standpoint, how does that way of thinking benefit you? Considering you handle business in that way. Well, what's the, I mean, I guess you don't have a guarantee in pretty much anything you do, but, you know, in most cases, when you're dealing with contracts or certifications, that's something that should bring some type of relief, that if you even decide or you come up with, you know, hey, that shit wasn't right, you can actually say that shit wasn't right. And like I said, with the DNA thing out here nowadays, shit, come on, man. How can you go wrong when you can get into a deal, get a DNA, and know if that dog came from where they said it came from? I heard it's pretty cheap. It's not that expensive to do, from my understanding. I mean, we ain't never had to do it, never got into doing it, because first of all, I mean, even with the paper game nowadays, we didn't have DNA back then. You know what I'm saying? So we stuck to what we seen for ourselves. You know, what we see, you know, what we hear, you know, smell all right, you know what I'm saying? They don't look like no bullshit in the game, you know, feel comfortable about making the moves we were making, and got to still understand we were still seeing with our own eyes proven dogs. Never got outside of champions and bring champions. Grand champions bring grand champions. But it still depended on what I was bringing to them. You know what I mean? I held up to, we held up to our end of the bargain because we knew what we were bringing, because we know what we was going out to bring back home. And because of that, we needed them papers. You know what I'm saying? Because somewhere down the line, them papers were going to be valuable to somebody. Never, ever, I mean, we do the APBT thing. You know what I'm saying? If anybody ever had a going hard dog out there, you could go back 16 generations on that, Mark. Anybody got a going hard dog, ever, they got a paper trail on every damn thing. That's how tight our shit was. We didn't have to go back and forth and be, oh, you want bread like this, bread like that. All the way down to May 2. Remember, May 2 was Brad and Mayday. Called her father, and it was done over there. You know? But DNA would take care of that. Whenever that young man wanted to find out if it was true, they did. Actually, I put it like this. Everything that he produced, he's still producing when he was when he was here. My friend created a great line, and it's, that's his shit. He ain't disappointed. So he ain't been worried about going to get a DNA on the damn thing, and he got straws. So at least his ass is covered, fellas. Tell me where y'all at with this. Hey, look, that's my point of view on this. Remember, that's just my point of view. Now I got my boy, he's in the house, and he's gonna take it from here, and I appreciate y'all giving me that time, and I'm gonna look at it and see what his poll is. I ain't had a chance to look at it and see what the chat doing. Y'all know usually I'm conversating with y'all in the chat and everything, but I can't do that and talk to you at the same time on something that's so important. But then that's just me checking in with you guys, because this is the business side of what we do, right? And what we do is we protect ourselves, we protect our dogs, and we protect our damn money. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it's all about, right? All right, twin. It's on you, baby. Hey, appreciate the time, fellas.
What's up? What's up, fellas? What a day. What a day. Talk shit Tuesday. Mike did good. Good job, thanks, bro. So how far did you get with him, man?
I just did the business side of the shit, you know what I mean? Like buying a car, you know, business. And, you know, we still trying to deal with, you know, how they doing this shit without papers.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I want to know.
Yeah, that's a good question. Because I see so many different registries popping up. I came in on ADBA and I stuck with ADBA. Outside of what everybody else is screaming and crying about, I didn't care if you was a grand champion or not. If you didn't have ADBA registration, I didn't deal with you. And every champion and grand champion that I bred to was ADBA registered. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. So I had papers on all my dogs. Every litter that I had, I registered. Every dog that I sold was sold with papers. Not no, I'll call you next week. I'll send them to you. None of that. You left with the dog, you left with your papers, and it was signed by me. I never was a paper peddler. You know, I do run a business, and we do have organization and how we do things. So even our papers were set up in a business way that we know what papers went to what dogs. It was just a thing that, you know, doing business, you just get this habit of knowing what you're doing. Now, my thing about guys that deal with registries, you know, not knocking no registry. I just don't see the legitimacy behind a registry that doesn't carry a historical registry where you can go back and know without using somebody else's registry to fulfill the registry that they're trying to put to your dog, because there's just no connection on how do you verify that this dog is bred like this. When you're dealing with at the registry, you know, you just give them the money and they give you what you want. A registry saying this is the way your dog is bred. I've never been a firm believer in that. I think it has gotten so bad that, you know, a lot of guys don't care about papers anymore. You know, but my thing is, if you don't have papers and all you going on is what you going on is that is basically nothing, then how do you carry the line? You know, do you continue carrying the line? You sell a dog to somebody who really don't have papers, but this is how the dog is bred. How many years or what kind of line is this going to be in the future when that's all you're doing is word of mouth? then that dog can pop up to be any breed. You know, the dogs that they're always talking about that's got the swapping papers or ain't bred like this or ain't bred like that. Did you notice that there always are dogs that have some type of name? You know, if he was a piece of shit, who would care? You know, I see guys that be like, I don't even need no papers. Well, if you're just gonna be breeding on the aspect of having a dog, you know, is there an advantage to that? I don't know. I don't know. Because everything I did was based on how my dogs are bred. Once they passed those tests to making it on my yard, whether it be through, imagine a just passing their game test and deserve a spot on the yard, and they earned it. You know, I might not never breed you, or I might breed you. You know, it really did mean a lot, because remember, now I can look at the papers. Now I can look at the papers and try to figure out what is going to make this better. That's how I built. I didn't, after say, when they're breeding those bitches, it was more or less like taking the paperwork and looking at it and just saying to yourself, what do I need to do to make this better? Who can I breed to make this better? And like I said, you see, I bred back to a lot of Mayday's sons. I bred outside the line, beating the Beetlejuice and other dogs like that, you know, and it's like, you know, that's when the paperwork came in, trying to line up, trying to make the right cross, try to make the right breeding, because sometimes my decision was always, do I want to go 50-50, or do I want to go 3 in, 1 out? Or do I want to do this complete straight line cross? You know, those are decisions you sit there and you got I got my papers in one hand, and then I have either a pet online or idea how this dog is bred in the other hand. And I kind of look at it like, what would this look like? Mm-hmm. You know, definitely had a chance to go see them, because when I call and make the arrangements, either they're going to send me a picture of them before I come to make sure that the dog is in good shape, and it's the dog that I'm going to be breeding to, or I'm going to just take a ride out and go see. You know? And the good thing about it is, the first thing I ask is the ADBA register, because when I come to breed, before we do any backing up and money transactions, I'm going to see the papers. I'm going to be able to look at his papers while I'm standing there, whether it be a little certificate or the big one. I want to see him. Now, once I see that, okay, now I'm ready to go ahead and make the breed. Because then when I get done, he's going to sign. He's going to sign as much as every time they send me a picture, if I ship my bitch to them, every time they send me a picture, they also sent me a picture of a date on my registration, as far as my stud registration papers to sign off on my breeding. They would put the date every time they bred the dog right there on that stud sheet. And with that came a signature and the dog's pedigree number. So I got all that when he gets paid. Now, if I don't have any puppies, guess what I still have? I still have that piece of paper showing that we made this breeding, and on this breeding, I didn't get any puppies. It wasn't none ever registered under that breeding. Okay, so I always had that little extra if I ever wanted to go back and breed to those guys. In case they ever forgot, I have the pictures. And I also have the signature, you know? Remember, I have all that information, okay? It's always going to be there. I could always tear it up and throw it away, but why would I throw it away and tear it up when somewhere down the line I might want to go breed to that yard and they owe me something? If you just so happen to get amnesia, I know you know your own handwriting, just in case you want to conveniently forget who I am. Y'all know you know your own handwriting. And this is how I used to do it. I didn't really stress on going back, whining to guys about not having puppies. I just didn't want no puppy. One puppy, I think that's going to satisfy maybe the $1,000 that I spent to breed on top of the shipping or the handling or the driving. You know, and I didn't get a litter, so all I get is one puppy. I'm not on that. You know, I'm not on that. You keep that breeding, you keep that stud feed until I get ready to come up here and breed a bitch where I can have more than just one puppy. But I don't want you to give me anything. That's not going to get you out of my debt. I don't want your puppy. Because I don't know what the hell you're giving me. I breed to a male. I want a bunch of damn puppies, so I make the choice to go through them. I have a whole lot of dogs to go through when I'm having a litter. So I was always a fan of, you know, if I don't don't want one, don't even want two, I'll come back later. Hopefully you got something that's worth coming back to down in the near future. If I find something, then I will. You know, like I said, I have a lot of guys out there who I bred to that still owe me breedings that they always paid up and always didn't have a problem. I told you I used to give away my breedings. These are $1,000, $1,500 stud fees that I was paying that, hey, I give it to a friend. You know what I mean? Hey, I ain't got there in a while. Let me call him up. Okay, then they would go up and breed to him. I might like they breeding better. Yeah, I'd take two of those, and they would never have a problem giving me the first pick. Never once did I ever have a guy that I gave a free stud feed to that went up to his yard and got my two puppies. Did he reach in his litter and grabbed me what he wanted me to have? He took me to the litter and asked me, whatever you want, you get. Which was only, to me, the right thing and the fair thing to do. And I give him credit for all the dog men who's still behind that. I want to thank all the guys who, you know, that paid their dues when it came down to me, whether it was me or somebody else. You never gave me no static. You never gave me the guys that I sent to you no static. You know, and that's because we had a due respect between the people that we dealt with. Remember, we're not dealing with just anybody. We're dealing with most of the champions and grand champions, okay? They're sitting on their yards. You know, that was one thing that I never, my breeding program was never a problem. Remember, I bred from Nico to Nico Jr. to Mayday to Barracuda to Beetlejuice to Cock Diesel to, oh, I'm still naming. Grand Champion Ace, Termite. Trying to remember most of them, guys. I can't catch them all. No, but it was just a lot of them. It was just a lot of them, you know? And I always say, protect your money. You know, when you guys go there to buy those puppies, I wouldn't even take the ride if they couldn't answer the most important question. You guys really believe that, you know, that you can go out and buy a dog and not give a damn about the papers or accept some UAA, you know, homemade pedigree registry and think that's going to be enough down in the near future. You're going to run into a block. I can't really tell you what that block is because I didn't run on that side of the fence. No, I didn't care how good you were. If you didn't have no APBT papers, I just couldn't fuck with you. Yes, it did matter because in the future, you know what I'm saying? I have a legacy of dogs that I want to be able to maintain in the in those records of their pedigree, and I have not found a registry outside of UKC. You know, they was okay, but I didn't even have my dogs do a register. I was just strictly an APBT person. Those people don't like them, or they never done nothing wrong with my papers. I never had a problem with them, and I registered many dogs. I remember they had got a court order from the courts to turn over all the dogs that was registered under my name. Until there was a lot of dogs. But along with that registration, I think her name is Patty. She also sent them a weight pulling card on every single dog that was registered. Why? Because when I first started messing with the APBT, she gave me the best advice you could ever ask for. She said, Mr. Bayless, when you start registering all those dogs, make sure you get them all, pay that little extra money to get the show ID. The show ID card. You get signed up under the pool and show, and you get an ID card. So when they got that information they asked for from the court, it was tripped out because along with that, one of the dogs had a show and pull ID number. Now, do you really think that they wanted to use that information during my trial? Do you really think they wanted to show the jury that I bred all these dogs and on them and all those dogs going through the APBT? Every single dog, damn near 100 and something of them, had pull and show ID through the APBT. That never showed up in the trial because they wouldn't want it to be in a trial because it makes it look too good. You can't even say nothing about he had a bunch of dogs registered, you know what I'm saying? Because it wouldn't have been smart on them when I'm telling you the APBT sent him that list with an ID, pull, and show card ID. And that was the best information that she ever gave me that I used that came back and really put a dent and a damper on the law when it came for them to try to use, you know, my breeding aspect as a breeder for the purpose of dog fighting, which that didn't get nowhere. Remember, guys, the jury found me not guilty. No, I didn't make a plea bargain. I went to trial in front of a jury, all on the news, all on the TV. Every day after coming from court, I just go in there and just sit on the couch and watch the news, watch what they saying, watch what they doing. You know, they probably thought that they had me, you know what I mean? You put the person's face all over the place and talk about it, you know, it seemed like they had a good prosecution until it became my turn to cross. Every witness that came across there, that stand, prosecuting witness, probably was never expecting me to get in front of them to ask them the questions that was causing them to fumble the football. Because they weren't used to that. They were used to some dummy standing in there or some lord is probably they eat lunch with or probably go golfing with or probably camp on the weekends together. If they ran into somebody they could not coordinate with, and they could not coordinate with me, there was a little thing that I stuck to, and the best thing that was given to me in the whole situation was the fact that when they went to the APBT and got that court order, what the APBT gave them was what they asked for. What they asked for. And they gave them everything. The cards killed it. Them ID cards, they killed them. Trust me, y'all. They could not go in there hollering, he's breeding for the purpose of dog fighting. No, they could not. What y'all thought y'all was going to go over to the APBT and get out of the APBT? An affidavit? What? It was the best thing to see because one thing that I learned, because we are very smart and we are businessmen. Remember, guys, I showed y'all a picture last week of me in a uniform in 1983. 1983. 22-year-old guy messing with the dogs. 2021, you see me in a black uniform, looking like a Marine, not a police. If the police was running around there with this stuff, these are clothes that us as soldiers wear, and we wore it every day in our life. Doesn't make me a policeman. But one thing for damn sure, it definitely tells you I'm in some type of security work. And I am. You knew, if you're my friend on Facebook, you can go on my Facebook and see all the stories about the twins and their guard dogs. And the whole time we were doing this in our uniforms, we was also out here making history with our bulldogs. So those two worlds never became a conflict. Not to us, because it's all dogs in our realm anyway. It doesn't matter to me. So it wasn't a problem then, and it's not going to be a problem now. Now I don't do anything but train my attack dogs or my guard dogs, or whichever way you want to call them.
Canines.
They're canine. Same way I raised them back then, it's the same way I'm raising them now. Doesn't matter what was going on with my bulldogs. It never changed what I did with my guard dogs. That does not make me somebody who needs to be under a microscope as a suspect. Okay, well, I was a hell of a damn good suspect to come up with all those dogs and all those breedings wearing the clothes that you see me wearing with my badges and hat and canine. I still got a lot of champions and a couple good matches and a whole lot of stuff wearing that outfit, okay? And nobody ever had a problem. We sure ain't gonna make it a problem now. If you don't believe in it, then don't step in it. Breeding is very important, and the records of breeding is more important. For the money you guys are spending for these dogs, you better have APBT papers. I'm sorry, I just don't see no other way. There's no way you're going to give me a bona fide pedigree. And that was even back then. I didn't want my dog to be a bona fide. I didn't want no dual registry. I didn't want none of that. I didn't want no champion all on my pedigree. My name was good enough. My last name, my real name on my ADA papers was good enough. There's only one dog on my APBT papers that goes under the name Going Hard. Going Hard, the only dog, and it was Amber. My first one ever registered through the APBT that was literally not even in my name. It was in my partner's name. But it was when he became part of the Going Hard, she was named, her registered name would be Going Hard Amber. She didn't have the owner's name, and she didn't have my name. And then everything after that, like if you look up Red Ace, her pedigree is not going to have my name on it, because I wasn't the one that bred her. It was my partner. But you're going to see all the puppies registered in my name. Every single one of them were registered to me. And then everything after that carries my last name. No Going Hard, no nothing. But anybody who's got a Going Hard dog out there will sit there and tell you the twins' name is all over them Going Hard dogs. And every once in a while you see that one extra name who is his partner. But other than that, ain't but one pedigree that has Going Hard on it, and that would be Amber off of Wrangler, Champion Wrangler.
You Kennel said he have Going Hard Amber in his paper.
There you go. That's me. Going Hard Amber is the only dog you're gonna find in there with the name Going Hard. And you're right. That's me. DU Kennels. That's interesting. And so you know I'm telling the truth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know I'm telling the truth. And then everything after that, if you don't know who Bayless is, I am the Bayless. Because that's what you're going to find on the APBT papers. You're not going to find too many other names on there but my name. And anything that I bred off of Going Hard Yard, any puppy that I may have sold, anything that I have ever registered through the APBT is going to carry my name. Was it that important? Hell yeah. Because I made it the effort to point to say, if I'm going to breed to something, I'm going to have papers. Remember, I got papers off a yellow buck, okay? I got papers off a yellow buck who, when, back then, they hadn't changed Grand Champion Buck's pedigree to his real pedigree. So I still had the old pedigree under the Buck stuff. I don't even know to this day did they ever change it to actually coming off of Tater, because on his APBT papers is not coming off of Patrick Tater. Okay, so that's a good one, because eventually I'm pretty sure they changed it. But back then, we accepted for what it was. Yellow Buck was not off a Grand, it was off a Grand Champion Buck, but Grand Champion Buck was not off of Patrick Tater on our APBT papers. It was something totally different than what the journal and everybody else said the Grand Champion Buck was off of. So that stuff went like that a long time, and then we have to start to turn around and look at Polly, Dolly's littermate sister. Look how many years went down the line when they finally changed from Lady in Red bred this way to Lady in Red actually being Polly, Dolly's littermate sister. They had to change all that. Now, who knows what the hell was going on during that time, but it took some work for the APBT to finally come to an end and fix all that. There had to be a reasoning, and whatever that reasoning was, the truth finally got corrected by the APBT. I'm pretty sure they just didn't change all that stuff just on the fly, because it was like that for years. I trusted APBT. I don't know what kind of bad things guys did, because the problem comes with APBT when the people who's filling out those papers ain't filling them out right. Why would I spend $1,000 to $1,200 to breed to your dog and give you that money, and yet you can't sign my APBT stud certificate? Because you can't show me an APBT registration with a registration number with your dog's name on it. All right? It was not a damn dog out there, guys, that I ever went to, and y'all can look them up. You can see how many dogs I bred to out there. Not a one of them did not have an APBT registration. Not one of them. Every single one of them was APBT registered. Every single one of them. From Little John, from Walk'em all the way up there to Reva, when we was breeding her. That's the Grand Champion Satan stuff. All them dogs was APBT registered. Every single dog. Is there possible that guys could sit back and do the paper thing? I've seen it. I can see how they do it. But why would you do it? That would be my question. Why would you do it? You know what I mean? I never understood the purpose of doing that. If you're making fucked up breedings, well, then why would you change them to something that's not even real?
Thank God for DNA now.
Thank God for the DNA. You know what I mean? Remember, I am the guy that sits there and talks about remember, I do have my conversations about Mayday being bred to brat. I've always said that. It's not no secret, but I have registration papers clearly, very clearly, that says Bayless is the brat. Bayless is the brat. Bred back to Champion Mayday with a registered litter through the APBT. Now, whether Victor did it, I have my reasoning, but as on paper, it is what it is. Until it's proven different, it is what it is. And he got straws. Yes, and he got straws. So to me, does it make a difference? It didn't make a difference then. It always had a lighted question mark on me because remember, he had my dog over in Ecuador. And I'm already getting phone calls from everybody saying that, man, we ain't having no puppies off of Mayday. Now, I don't know. I don't know how they got straws off of Mayday. If they ever was really straws off of Mayday, I can't tell you. But one thing for damn sure, there's straws off of Mayday in Brat. And another thing, we know for a damn fact that Brat was off of Mayday. It's very clear for me to know that Brat was off of Mayday because Mayday wasn't even a factor when I took Red Ace and bred to him. There was no big old picture or, promotional Mayday and blinking lights when I bred Red Ace to Mayday. By the time Brat was bred to Mayday, there was flashing lights everywhere. Flashing lights everywhere. Even Victor was excited about breeding Brat to Mayday. It was very exciting. And as a matter of fact, he did it on just the GP of the fact that, she was a champion and he had a chance to breed his boy to his daughter that was a champion. And that's what it was. But in that process, she got sick, and he did take her to Ecuador, and he did take care of her. The picture you see of Brat is all, that picture was taken in Ecuador with Victor. So, and when she came back with her registration papers signed by Victor. And they had no problems registering my litter. Never have. Mayday was an ADBA registered dog. And so was Brat. And now you have Maytu out there whose straw is sitting up there in some freezer somewhere. That has the true answer to even my suspicion. Okay? One thing for damn sure, we already know that won't be hard to prove because we all know that Brat's father was Mayday. And a DNA test would clearly say that Mayday was Maytu's father. It would tell you clearly through DNA that Brat's father is also Maytu's father. And that would be the end of that. That would be the end of that story. It's only when that story comes back that Brat and Maytu has different dads. Okay? Then it would be a problem. Then it would be a problem. And it'd be a problem of what can you do about now? Fly to Ecuador and ask Victor who did he really breed Brat to? Does it change the fact that, that changes the whole line of the going hard dogs coming by due way of Maytu? That Maytu's really not off of Mayday? Will it ever change that fact if it comes out as proof? Who knows? It doesn't change the fact that he was producing. That's for damn sure. Whoever the hell it may be his daddy. You know what I'm saying? He definitely carried the Mayday line very well for himself. He did have a little-mate brother who was bad as hell. He had a little-mate brother who was bad as hell. He was actually better than Maytu. I gave him to my partner. And then he ended up going up north and getting into a little scuffle where both the dogs killed themselves, getting off the chain. But they said they called him Earthquake. I called him Mayo. They called him Earthquake. And he was a big boy and he was a bad boy. But who knows? He had all the markings of Mayday, but he was like Maytu. He was took after the mama. These weren't really big dogs, but they were marked up like they was off of Mayday. at some point. So I always say, and I also bred brat to mate to. I had one puppy, y'all. The little male that I sent up to DC. Man, they had one puppy. Guy paid out damn near like a king's ransom, guys. He had a triple bred Mayday dog. And they had one puppy. He didn't even make it, he wasn't even 12 weeks old when I sold him. Because I didn't want a male. I didn't want a male. I wanted females. I didn't want a male. I wanted a female. Because I already had Mayday. Why would I not want a triple bred Mayday, you know, triple bred Mayday, and I still, Mayday was still in the yard. No, I needed a female. So I can go and go do a out to change, you know, to change my line. That's what I wanted when I made that breed. I wanted to lock it in with Mayday and a brat, get me a female, and go from there. When I got the male, hey, that was probably the most expensive dog I ever sold on my yard. The most expensive dog I sold on my yard probably was a puppy. You know, when Brat and Pretty Mama and all them went off the yard, they went for a nice pretty penny. But I'm just telling you that, you know, the puppy, he went for a pretty penny just because of the fact that he was triple mated. Coming by way off of Brat. Brat bred back to her son. So, you know, was it a money thing for me? No. It never was a money thing, but it was a money thing for us as what we did at the time because I was paying my dues. Remember, I wasn't trying to sell puppies. I was trying to use some shit. Use some shit. You know, my pedigrees were very well put together. Because you'll notice, guys, I had a lot of pictures. You know why I have pictures? Because I had a database that used to keep up with my pedigrees. Every one of my dogs was in a database that had a picture and their APBT papers with it. So I could never get confused on who was who and what was what. That's why I was able to handle so many dogs and shuffle so many dogs that was coming into my yard. Remember, I had Sir Kale. She used to be a going hard dog. You know, she had her own little file. Every dog that I ever had. I had a couple dogs from Evolution off of Macho. Yeah, off of Macho. Not Macho Buck, Macho. And didn't really matter because I sold him too. But he had, you know, the proof that he was there and he had APBT papers. This is the only reason he was there. If you didn't have APBT papers, I didn't mess with you. I didn't care who you were, what you were. I wouldn't even accept UKC papers. You ain't got that APBT paper. I can't do nothing with you. Now UKC, I got to give UKC they props. Yes, I do. But I didn't want UKC papers, and I didn't want no dual registry. I didn't want to do all that. I wanted to stick with the APBT. As long as you got APBT papers, you know, I plays with you. And this is back then. Now, it's not the same thing. So how do you deal with it now is the question. Which one? It's on the Babizia. I think it's going hard reloaded at gmail.com. Josh, the email address is going hard. I think it's going hard reloaded or going hard Kennels reloaded at gmail.com. What you can do just to make sure, go down to the Babizia video and go to the very end. You're gonna see my phone number and the email address. That goes for guys who's trying to get in contact with me. I'm sorry I can't look it up right quick right now. But I know if you go to the BREEDINGS and go to the end of it, you'll see back there, you'll see I put my phone number. You know, that's the dog phone, that's the hot phone, that's the red phone. You call that number. If I don't answer, you send me a text. Everybody who out there tell you, Twin will get back with you. He is reachable. I always say that. And you'll find my email address. I don't want to give you the wrong email address, you know, but I can guarantee you if you go where I'm telling you to go, the BREEDINGS video, that's the care video. Towards the end, you will find where I gave my phone number and my email address, and please feel welcome. You don't have to keep asking, okay? Because I'm sending you right where you can go, and I'll be waiting for that information, whatever you want to know, okay? Hope I helped you out there. But yeah, guys, you guys are dealing with a dilemma, and I don't care. It wouldn't even matter to me, because how do you breed your yard? How do you breed your yard? Do you have to come up with your own registry if you don't have papers on your dog? And so how do you explain a person like me coming to your yard, wanting to breed to your dog, or wanting to have one of your puppies? You could have one, you could damn near have a goddamn Queen of Hearts sitting up there on your yard, bad as hell with no papers. You be one of them dogs that's gonna have unknown? Are we gonna have to try to figure out how the APBT gonna ever accept that? Will they ever accept that? Because your dog didn't have papers? Who wants to deal with the hassle? You know? No, you go out there and you find one of them local homemade registries, and then you go and get the registry, and now all of a sudden your dog is registered. That's not good record keeping, guys, not to me. No, I don't knock no personal registries. You know, and I know why a lot of those registries come up, because they can put champion all on your stuff. You can put 2-time winner, 3-time wins on your pedigrees and all that stuff. I'm glad I didn't do all that. I think the last thing that I would want to see is going to court that day with the APBT papers or somebody else's papers, like, you know, Game Dog Registry, and got all that champion this and champion that and 4-time and 2-time winner this on those papers. Imagine those papers sitting in front of a jury trying to figure it out. Over 100-something dogs registered, tattooed up like they is PED'S online. Well, I think it would have made a difference in my trial. Hey, one thing for damn sure, you don't give prosecutors something to consider in the jury's mind. I had one thing in my favor, and that was the fact that they took one thing off the table right off the bat, and that was the breeding for the purpose of dogs fighting. It was one of the sweetest things to see the APBT came through there with all them cars for them to look at. It was sweet. I damn near forgot all about that shit. Shit came. Sure did. Oh, y'all went up there and got a court order. Hit the APBT with that shit and got a whole bunch of nothing. Whole bunch of nothing. That's why I am definitely an APBT advocate. Okay? You have to have a record of what you're doing on your yard. Unless you're a private person and it doesn't matter and you know how your dogs are bred, then you're one of them kind of people that's not going to have a lot of contact with the public, because what you going to do when they come and say they want papers? Well, I ain't got none. Got to take it for what it is. And you still asking me for $1,200? You still want $2,500? No, you would never get it out of me. Not me. You know, to each their own. But you have to have a complete, your dog will have to be totally complete when it comes to me studying or buying a puppy. If you ain't got an APBT on your dog, I don't care how good the dog was, I just couldn't do business with you. You know, and those were major factors. Before I bought a puppy, I had to have the papers in my hand. Don't take my money and tell me you're going to send it to me, because my money's leaving with me. You have to have my paper signed. I have to be able to see the number. I want to see his registration, and I want to see his registration with your signature on my stud paper, or your signature with the dog's registration number on that puppy certificate when you sell them to me. Remember, it's not like I didn't get dogs. Remember, I had Naya off of Nico and Champion Sugar. She was ADBA registered. Before I put $1 in their hand, I had all my paperwork in hand before they got paid. I was able to cross-check it with the dog, the mama, and the daddy, because I'm sitting up there looking at the registration. And I made sure that it was on my dog's registration, the signature, the right signature that was on that registration was the signature supposed to be on mine. I don't want to see no two different names and trying to send that to the ADBA, and they got one person's name on there and I got another person's name on mine. No, because if it ain't like that at the time that I get ready to pay for it, then that's going to have to get right. Guys, you're buying dogs and you're walking away and you're fighting mad because when you realizing that they don't have papers. Or at least not the legitimate papers that, I call it respectable registry. Like I said, there's a lot of guys out there registering their own registry. My question is why? It's because you can't get your shit registered with the ADBA? Because there's a lot of guys that can't because the paperwork wasn't right. Right? What's that?
Just laughing because you're like, damn, you just putting them on blast, ain't you?
No, not really. It was just how it was. It was just how it was. When Poe bought that triple bred Jeep bitch to my house, I'd already talked to Mr. Arnello about her. I already talked to him about her. He already told me what she looked like, how she act, all that. All I needed to do is see the paperwork. Once I seen her, I saw the paperwork, then she became a going hard dog. Yes, she was. I mean, when they hit my yard, they took all my papers. And I don't know if the ADBA keeps those records where I can ask them, can I get wonder how much it cost for me to get all my dogs registered paperwork that I did not sell, and that list of papers that, that still register under my name. Because there was still a lot of dogs out there, guys, that, you get rid of and you lay them down, but their papers are still there. Dogs that didn't make it, they went to new homes, it didn't make the team, then they still have papers sitting over there in our file. But like I said, I had a database with all my dogs' picture right in there with their ADBA papers, so there's no reason in the world. If somebody called and wanted to say, Twin, you got something I can buy, then I had no problem sending them a registration with the dog's picture on it. And if you seen that registration, you saw that picture when you came to my yard to get that dog, that's what you would see when you got there. The very dog that's in that picture and the very same registration on them papers. Sometimes we just, it's got papers that, like I said, the Jeep bitch dead and gone. A couple of those dogs, I still had Judo's papers. I still had all those, and Mikey's papers. These dogs got stolen. I had their papers. When they raided my home, they took all my papers, they took all my journals, they took everything related, all my pictures. I mean, they took everything. Everything. But the historical part of it, guys, is papers important in 2022 now? And why aren't they? It's because of the fact of lack thereof, because everybody's can't register in their shit, because, you know, that would be a good question. Why can't you register your shit with the APBT? What part in this pedigree is wrong that the APBT won't register? When at one time, and I had all the lines, remember, I had dogs off of Low Posse Buster. I had goddamn Champion Bosco's son, Red the Button Damali. I mean, I had all that. I had papers on all these dogs. Nobody could ever say Twin was lying when I'm sitting up there with the paper. I'll throw you the whole big ass sheet, because I used to get the big sheet. Because I used to study it. That's why I learned so well about the breedings of each different line. You know, everybody has a concept, but there's still a formula to everything that I learned. Remember, I learned. I didn't create or invent anything. I learned what they were doing. Learn what they were doing. You know, and I always say again, if it don't be for Pope, Pope was the key. That's it. He was the key. Once I learned how to read papers, once I know how to breed the papers, once I understand what the breeding aspect of the game was about, I was off and running. I stuck to the motto.
Oh, one's always about, man, champions bred to grand.
Champions bred to champions. Champions bred to crosses and breedings. Champions produce champions, especially when you're coming off a champion production line. You want to see a grand champion all whim produce another champion all whim to produce another champion all whim, then you better be breeding to that champion over there.
Likeness brings likeness.
Likeness brings likeness. That's why we stuck to the yellow stuff. Remember, we were Yellow John before we was yellow. Just coming by the fact that we had Amber coming off a Wrangler. We looked at the pedigree. That Gibson, that was a whole lot of Yellow John stuff. We had a little bit of that Jocko down there. It was about an eighth of Jocko down there with Chris's Pit and shit. That was it. The rest of that shit was all Yellow John. So when we added yellow to that damn equation with Mayday, remember we already had an out. Our out was Ace. Pedigree rise, when you're looking at why did they do that? We was actually looking to go to Ozzie Stevens to breed to one of them grand champions, to be honest. That's what we're actually looking for. It just, the situation changed and we ended up traveling to Supernat. Probably the best change of plan that could have ever happened for me as a person who got that line of dogs dropped right in my lap. And, you know, remember, I'm done. So when I still speak highly of some things that I've seen and done in the game, after all this time, they were memorable moments for me. And it's not there to tickle nobody under their arms or give any kind of accolades unnecessarily to somebody, not even myself, after all these years. I'm just telling you guys. That breeding with Grand Champion Ace to the Wrangler shit was the beginning for me to say that was the going hard line. And it was. Breeding in Stone City, created better. Breeding the Hardcore, created better. Remember, I'm still playing with yellow dogs. And it wasn't always about Mayday, because Mayday wasn't the factor, it was the yellow. Coming by way of Yellow John. How you gonna tell me that you got a Grand Champion Yellow coming off a Champion Yellow John who's an all-win, Grand Champion Yellow who's an all-win, coming off a Mayday who's off a yellow as an all-win, Awesome Baby coming off a yellow as an all-win. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how can you not do that? I mean, I was definitely not no dummy. Not when I want to play. No, I don't want no Yellow way back there in the 4th generation, and the next 3 generations is nothing but a bunch of dogs that's bred from the 4th generation back and forth to each other all the way up to the 1st. And I don't see nothing no work in that. That does not impress me. Bad enough if it's not even registered with the APBT, it really is not going to impress me. If you understand what I'm saying, how am I going to create a breeding program with this shit? Well, I can't even tell you if it's the truth or not. And then you try to fling that shit on somebody else who really into the APBT papers like I was, and you try to hand me something else, I'm going to look at you like you're crazy. No, you ain't got no the dog APBT registered, bro, then I can't do nothing with that. The APBT has been around for years, man. Y'all want to lose y'all clarity in the APBT, but you better trust somebody. I'm gonna trust the people who've been down here doing it the most than I will be with somebody who's jumping in there just so they can put a couple CHs and GR.CHs on their shit. I don't need none of that shit on my pedigree. That's not what I need. I need a record history of how my dogs are bred. So as I pass down these dogs, I pass down that line. I'm talking about Mate who been gone for a while, and them boys are still out there with a line. Like my guy said, he's seen one with going hard amber on it. So he's telling you he know what I'm talking about is true. He will look at the rest of that pedigree and won't never see that word no more but one time. And that was significant because it was something that we wanted it to be forever. We wasn't stupid. We knew exactly what we were doing, and we paid for it to be done that way.
That contract.
That contract. You know, when she wanted to do it to the rest of them, no, we don't want that. We just want that bitch right there. That's the only going hard dog we want on that paper. And we gonna pay for that. After that, it was never another one put on there. Why? Because she was the mark. She was that Christopher Columbus flag in the ground into a new generation of dogs that we wanted to step into. And look at all these years later, look what we're talking about. I wouldn't even be here without that breeding. I wouldn't. So even back then, we were thinking business-wise. Even back then, even in the thought of not knowing where we was headed with that situation, where it would ever lead to, the mentality of us doing that right there can tell you where our mind frame was when we did that, registering our shit. I mean, she was from Bluegrass Kennels. Greg Lester. Same Greg Lester that got us that Jeep dog that produced BJ and Champion Charlie and all them other dogs crossed with the Satan shit. You know, did I believe in Greg Lester? Hell yeah. Did I believe in Bluegrass? Hell yeah. See, he didn't have the Yellow John dogs. He had Jeep dogs. Damn good ones. One thing about Greg Lester, he might not have the best talent, but he sure had the gamest damn dogs you ever want to see. Campbell's got out the box, but you know, through our later years of dealing with him and seeing how Wrangler was, and then not only Wrangler, them Jeep dogs he had, you know, them dogs, man, he had game ass dogs. Bluegrass Kennels had some of the gamest dogs. I can guarantee. From what I saw for myself, I mean, why wouldn't anybody who had a dealing with him not go back? I'm not the only one. I think them boys was AKLA Kennels back in the day. Them boys know what I'm talking about. You know, there was some good dudes. They had a lot of his dogs. I'm gonna tell you, the only downside to me about those dogs was they had all the games, which games is most important. But I'm gonna tell you what really made BJ and Charlie and them all that shit when they bred John to that Sage shit. I would have to say the games was already there. What it did, it added ability. And it didn't hurt the gameness. Now, I have to give it to Lester. Lester, he was a 2-time winner. He lost going for his championship. Now, he did quit. Out of all the other 3 brothers, it was 4 brothers, Ernie, BJ, Charlie, and Lester. These are dogs that I'm having direct dealings with, guys. I know these dogs. I know how they were bred. I know the whole line of them, where they come from and all that. And so when I'm sitting here explaining this to y'all, I'm actually trying to tell y'all about the pedigree. Just imagine, y'all, we're not looking at the actual dog. We're looking at the pedigree on how the dogs are bred. Then we're putting the dogs to the papers.
Papers don't make a dog.
Remember, papers don't make the dog make the papers.
Right.
It don't even fucking matter if the dog ain't shit, the papers ain't shit. So we're looking at the concept, and now that we trying to see all that game that's coming out of bluegrass. We seen it before. We seen it on the yellow side with our shit. So that in the long run, that was the thing that we were studying was what made this shit off of John, that Jeep shit, crossed into that Satan shit. Such a good drop. And I'm always going to say it because John was bred so good on the Jeep end of it that, not taking nothing away from Satan in them because, Mr. Klein, they did a great job breeding that Eli shit. Wasn't a whole bunch of champions and grand champions. If you look in the Satan pedigree from the first, the second, and third, and some of the fourth, you're gonna see a few of them. You'll see Dolomite on them, but you ain't gonna see no great pedigree. But when you see them offsprings, once they got into the right hands and they started making them crosses with that Jeep shit. Now when you look at BJ and Charlie and Sister and Ernie, Loctite Ernie and all them dogs, look at the pedigree then. You're going to see that Jeep shit. You're going to see that Eli shit. You might not understand the Eli shit, but you're going to understand that Jeep shit. Because it's right there in your face. And when you see it right there in your face, then you'll see why those dogs were those champions and there was so many in that litter. Because I do believe in Jeep. Just like I believed in Buck. Just like I believed in Yellow. Just like I believed in Honey Bunch. Just like I believed in Awesome Baby. Look, guys, I can name the top 6 dogs in the registered mail list at the time that I got out. And every one of them dogs, you go back in the Going Hard Yard and you will see all those dogs in them dogs. So when I said I was breeding for the best, to compete against the best, that's what my mind and my eyes were seeing in these pedigrees. Okay? I can't even talk to you about them if I can't throw my papers up and put them in your hand and let you see. I'm letting you look at my papers. Look at all that shit. I'm showing you the top 6 dogs in history. I'm talking about when there was a journal to sit back there and you can look up the ROM sheet right there. You can look right over there at the females and the males. You're going to see all those dogs, them top 5 dogs, but damn sure you're going to see them right there and Going Hard Kennels dogs. Guaranteed, when you add Mayday to the list, he was number 6. He didn't get added till late. The building block was already being created before Mayday, when we were trying to get to Apache. Our mind frame was already set that we knew what we were dealing with. And I knew it would take, if I could get 5 of those dogs in one pedigree, I believe that I can have a yard. And that's exactly what I got, was a yard. And look at them Going Hard dogs and you'll see every single one of them. Baby, all of them. Guess what you're gonna see? You're gonna see all 6 of those dogs in her pedigree. And you ain't got to go far looking. You look at Brat. Brat, the simple Brat. Her mama coming off of that. Look how she's bred. She got Zebo, Tom's Spider, and G's brother. on top of some grand champion yellow and Patrick shit. Not even the best of the Patrick shit. But it was the personally to me, the part of Patrick shit that related to grand champion buck. And that was a key factor for me. Remember, I never paid attention to the grand champion buck that was on my pedigree. I always paid attention to the grand champion buck that the dog game was telling me this is how buck was really bred. Down to APBT is what I was being told. And there was more stories to come out later on down the line when we found out that Lady in Red wasn't even Lady in Red bred like they said she was. It was really Polly. The truth comes out. You know, my pedigree didn't change. If you look on anybody who's got a going hard dog and look on there, you will not see a Lady in Red being bred like Dolly. Or her name being called Polly. Unless the APBT made some changes throughout the years, because it's been a long time, this is the things that I'm talking about. So when you want to deal with the APBT papers, guys, and you don't have them to get, when you're forced to go out and try to get some type of registry, you're going to hurt yourself down the long way, because what you're doing on your yard, it might work for you, but how you going to get it to work for me?
You familiar with Bonafide Kennels?
Yes, I'm very familiar with Bonafide. Bonafide registry. Yeah, I didn't want to be part of them either. Bonafide, none of them. I didn't do dual registry. I didn't do none of that. None of that. I wouldn't even take you couldn't get me to get nothing off of Bonafide either. No. Even though, like I said, UKC, United Kennel, they was okay too. And so was Bonafide, but Bonafide was still handled by a dog man. Okay? Just like Mr. Greenwood and them handled the APBT, so the Bonafide was pretty legit. I mean, you could damn near dual register with Bonafide. My point was Bonafide did not carry the historical elements that it would have been needed for me to change from the APBT to Bonafide. I couldn't do that. I never could accept that. Not knocking it, but if somebody tried to show me a Bonafide thing or something like that to breed to, I didn't deal with them. No, I don't do Bonafide. I don't do UKC. All I do is APBT. Because growing up for me, when James Edwards gave me papers and I didn't even know what the hell a paper was, that little square piece of paper, but I held on to it. And then Atlas gave me that piece of paper and gave me that big ass sheet with all them dogs on it. Not knowing what the hell that shit was until I got up to Ohio. And was able to give them to somebody who knew what the hell they was and told me, man, these can't be right. Because who was expecting me to have those kind of dogs? And who would have expected me to know I didn't even know that those kind of dogs is what I had? Until I learned about what those papers was. So I'm a firm advocate in the APBT. The APBT has carried this game that long. I don't care what nobody tell you. Remember, with all them damn dogs that I bred to, every damn dog that come on my yard was APBT. There's no excuse. No excuse. Not even a piece of excuse. To sit there and try to tell me about somebody else's registry and expect me to give them the same legitimacy as the APBT. I can't. I can't. And really can't deal nothing with you if you ain't got no papers at all. I don't even want a puppy. You're gonna write your baby pedigree on the paper, or you're gonna print it off of PED'S online, and you're gonna give me this paper and expect me to give you some money for a dog that this is all I'm getting? And this is based on this you? No, nothing real legit there, fellas. There's nothing real legit. So stop doing it. Because every time you do it now, you ain't got nothing. Dog can be bad as hell. You can't even take the dog and make the papers with the dog. Not for a person to convince me. I don't care how great your dog is. I can't carry your legacy with when I take him off your yard. I can't carry what you created because I don't have a legacy. You created a legacy that cannot be moved forward to a person like me because you don't have a true background or historical breeding line to be able to prove to anybody out here coming off of my yard to do it. That's why it wouldn't even be worth messing with you regardless of how good your dog was. It's not even worth it. It might work for you, but it'll never work for me. Because I'm going to have 12 guys come through the door looking for registration papers, and maybe only 2 of them going to be able to one that said, I don't need them papers. I don't want them papers. I don't need papers. All I need is a good dog. Guarantee the other 10 going to want papers. Them the smart ones. Them other 2, they ain't smart. They ain't smart. Because what if they turn out to be something good? Now you sitting up there and I want to breed to your shit, and the first thing you tell me, man, papers don't mean shit to me. Then you think I'm gonna back my bitch up to him and just jump on his bandwagon because he's that bad and I need him that much in my pedigree that I got a registered bitch being bred to a dog that ain't got no damn papers and can't help me at all. He might be able to produce, it might be all of them in the making. But what good is it if we can't even register the dog? The only way we'll be able to sell puppies is plant them all on the internet or on PED'S online. And when somebody calls and asks if the dog's registered, y'all, you can do it, say, yeah, PED'S online. Or maybe you can get one of these guys out here with a registry to give you a nice, pretty registry that they didn't made up. You know, and through the years, you run across a person like me and you try to hand me some shit like that. I'm looking at you like you're crazy. What's this? This dog ain't ADBA registered? I should have been asking if it was ADBA registered. No, I asked you if the dog was registered. You know what I'm saying? I should have been asking, is this dog ADBA registered? And if he is UKC, and I don't even know if Bonafide can still work with the ADBA as far as dual registering dogs now. Did they ever fix that problem? Okay? Because you cannot take a dog from Bonafide and try to take it over there to the ADBA and get that dog dual registered. Not back then when I was there. I could take a dog out of ADBA and go over to Bonafide and get a registry a lot easier than doing it the other opposite way. All right, because like I said, a lot of guys didn't get with the ADBA because there was some shit with the paperwork. That means the breeder didn't do something right. The dog wasn't registered right, or probably was never registered, or they never turned the papers in because they got lazy and just probably had the dog and didn't get the dog transferred into their name. Now they got to go through all that after you done bred and paid them your money. And most of the time it never gets done because it probably wasn't as good as you think it was. And you guys end up paying for some bullshit. Not saying it's always about the dog and its performance, because what about the little puppy? Or the breeding you just made to your bitch with this male? You see what I'm saying? At that moment, it might look good for you. But watch what it does. Once you walk away from that situation, it becomes your responsibility. You're going to wish you had that dog registered the right way. And you would have wished you would ever never did the breeding unless it was a registered dog. Because I don't buy. My Malinois is not registered. Now Malinois has no registration in him, none whatsoever. Yeah, I know his mama and his daddy. Would I ever try to stick him up for stud? No. Why, twin? Good as he is, because he's not registered. Good as he is. I can't see myself selling a dog that's not registered with the kind of pedigree that he should have because he has a badass daddy, the ring dogs. And in the ring world, they don't really do a whole lot of registering their dogs. They should. They should. And, you know, and he was given to me as a gift, so I would have never bought him without no papers. That's the truth. I also have a German Shepherd female. She got papers. But when I got her under the conditions that, yeah, she's AKC registered, but guess what, guys? When the people bought the dog from them, this is what they did to them. The poor people didn't have no idea. They paid $2,500 for a female German Shepherd. The guy, when he gave them the papers, have marked on there, limited registry. When it says limited, that makes the bitch a registered dog with the AKC, but you can't register the litter. That means any breeding that she makes, you can't register with AKC. Now, why would somebody do that? Why would somebody do that? It's because they don't want you to do what they doing with their yard. And for $2,500 for a German Shepherd puppy, she was pretty, but she wasn't that damn. Yeah, she was really pretty. But for $2,500, you ain't gonna be and a female. No way in the hell I'm gonna accept no limited shit. The people didn't know what they were doing. They got ripped off. $2,500 for a puppy that you let somebody put limited on there with you. Can't register your litter that you getting off your dog, even though you can breed to an AKC registered dog, you can't register your litter. Now, thank God we ain't got that in the dog game. It's even worse in the dog game because now it's not even worrying about registering the litter. Now y'all accepting the fact that y'all making breedings and don't have no papers at all. And we using PED'S online as a registry. I mean, come on. Yes, it's very important to register your dogs. If you don't have a registered dog on your yard, you ask yourself, what do I do then? You want my advice? My advice? Enjoy what you got until you start over. Bleed it till it bleed out dry. Because in the long run, you're not going to create no big ass open line. No great line. I'm telling you now. Banjo BB, they all registered. How I know? I know. Remember I had Lucky Stripe shit. Mad Grand Champion Gay, registered. LG, Miss Kim, OM. All that crazy ass breeding they was doing back then, every damn one of them dogs was registered ADBA. Every one of them. All that Jeep shit, tab shit, ADBA registered. All that Mayday shit, ADBA registered. Well, most of them I got registered with the ADBA. I was the one that was help getting those dogs registered because they didn't care. They didn't care about reporting. They didn't care about registry. I did. I did because I knew in the future it would benefit those guys, and it did. Thank God for me looking out for them. Came out my pocket to take all that shit to make sure they had a historical legacy in Twisted, Luke Kane, and everybody else. They were great dogs. And I'm glad to see that, you know, those dogs was registered and they got a bloodline that's continuing on through history. So what I ask you guys now, are y'all willing to start over and start it the right way to fix it and put it back the way it was? There's so many things that's out of whack right now. Like I said, the truth was written in me when I looked at on our videos and realized, guys, the most important thing, I'm going to say it again, I'm going to keep on saying it, this is definitely for you new viewers. The thing that should have been used the most and viewed the most, I would have thought, to me, would have been how to take care of your dogs in case of emergencies. The aftercare. Those, to me, that is the most important thing for having dogs in our life, in our world. But by me watching that, now I'm taking that information there and I'm going to the registration thing. I'm looking at it in the same type of way. I'm looking at it the same way that I saw over there, knowing that, you know, these are supposed to be dog man, and this is not a damn near viral video that's giving y'all all the information, all the tools, all the equipment, even showing you how to do shit. And yet, down near mud, and that mud can't hit over 2, but all these other videos going over 2, but the main ones that need to be going over 2 is still sitting under that 1.5, 1.6. And that's the most important video out of all the other videos. So it's showing me y'all ain't doing shit. It's showing me it's not important to you guys. And I'm not just picking on one person. I'm talking about this. It's not on the norm sheet. So you gotta look at the paper thing the exact same way. I look at talking about pedigrees. Guess what's the slowest, raggedest video outside of the aftercare video? What's the next worstest video? When we talk about pedigrees. Come on. The 2 most important things in the dog game, yet they get the littlest of attention. Shows you the condition that we're in when it comes to the dog game.
That was the pedigrees of the now.
The pedigrees of the now. The Terribles video, it was still Terribles video next to the damn aftercare. The 2 most important videos to me. The 2 most important videos to me. But the least important to the game. Showing you the condition of the game. It's evident. It's fact. It's really fact. Guys, it's really fact because I'm not lying. You can go look and see for yourself that I'm telling you the truth. It's telling us the condition of the game. Now, how do you fix it? Don't give your money up unless you get exactly what you want and verify what you're getting. Young guys. You looking for a great dog, don't be in a hurry to go get a dog. I said, if you're looking for a great dog, don't be in a hurry to go get a dog. I know you understand that. Don't give up your money unless you got everything that you're entitled to in your hand. Don't look to come back and don't look for a call you later. Take everything you need and what you want right then. If you ain't got it, don't take off with shit. Take off with your money. Have your mind set right. Believe in what you're looking for and make sure it's in your line that you want. And keep up with your own paperwork. You buy a dog, you got papers on it, get the dog registered. Get the dog in your name. You breed a litter, assign your puppies. Assign your puppies. Keep a record of who's who. I don't like guys giving me a open pedigree. You know, when you buy the puppy, you know, and they give you the paper and shit, and it's not filled out. You know, they have to write out the write-out sheet part of it because they don't have the little puppy certificate they got themselves. You know, because they didn't do it. You know what I mean? That is a hassle. Because Now you're going to go and get a dog that you're going to get a piece of paper that he had to sign. But the problem is, when he signed that piece of paper because he was the breeder, he better have went and got that piece of paper, you know, the piece of paper that he bred to another dog with, because that's going to hold up his papers on as far as the puppies. Because the APBT going to say, yeah, we got the breeder and we got the puppies, but we ain't got the stud. Now you calling dude already got your money, and now he gonna tell you the big pain thing. I mean, that dog, he didn't have papers. So why you give me this shit here? This shit ain't no good to me. See what I'm saying, fellas? All that, and those papers wasn't worth the papers that he wrote that shit on. Now you mad. No, the dog might be bred the way he said he bred. He just wasn't registered. Stop doing it. Stop breeding unregistered dogs. I'm not knocking no personal registry. But I don't need a personal registry. I need the APBT because they have a long-standing history of maintaining the records, whether you like the way they do it or you don't like going through the hassles they put you through, because it can be a hassle sometimes. One thing can be wrong. Shit, they can add up 7, 8 dogs, 9 or 10 dogs. And you might have one dog wrong. You got too many males and not enough females, and guess what? They pick all that shit up. Well, you register 9 males, and you only had 2 females, but we got a registration for 3 females and 8 males. You see what I'm saying? Not saying that somebody did something wrong, but somebody made a mistake. The APBT catches all that shit. If they say that you had 7 puppies, 4 males and 3 females, and now all 7 of them dogs got registered names in other people's hand, and all of a sudden here come another paper with the dog bred like that in the same litter, they're gonna question that shit. Because when you register with 7 dogs. Where did this 8th dog come from that you're trying to get registered? So they're gonna send that shit back because you done already registered 7 of them. You didn't register 8. You see what I'm saying? Yes, APBT gonna pull a flag on that shit.
This one, yeah, got someone.
Hello, Mr. Brockton. Might want me to read your shit for me. Let me see. So we can all agree that dogs have been hung since the beginning. Then at what point do the papers become important if they built on the lies to begin with?
99 point.
Well, let me tell you this, Mr. Brockton. I'm going to tell you how I go. Okay? If I had Jeep, let's start with Jeep, the #1 damn stud dog in the world, in history. And y'all was to tell me in 2022 that Jeep's papers was not right. Would you care? That's a question that's going to be real easy to answer. Did it change the fact of who Jeep was? Did it change the fact of what Jeep did? Remember, I dealt with the shit with Grand Champion Buck. I'm pretty sure Stone City had to deal with that shit with Grand Champion Buck too. Them papers that they had on Grand Champion Buck, my example saying that they hung papers on Jeep, are the very same lines that we're talking about in that question that you asked me. So I just want to make sure me and you are on the same line, so when I take you there, you know you won't get lost or confused on the importance. If Jeep wasn't shit and Grand Champion Buck wasn't shit, the importance of those papers wouldn't mean shit. Bottom line. That's if they weren't important. Okay? The papers wouldn't matter anyway, right? You'd be glad to keep on using those hang-ass papers, right? But let them become great dogs that they are. Now let's change it. You gonna still breed the Jeep? You gonna still breed the Grand Champion Buck? Based on their papers? Yes or no? That's how important that is. You answer that question right there. And you tell me, is it important? Yes or no? I'll be waiting on your answer. And anybody in the chat room, reach out. I need all y'all opinion. If I need to go over it, let me know, and I'll say it again just in case somebody missed something. And we're talking about two of the greatest dogs, Jeep and Buck. We know Buck's paper wasn't right. Now I'm adding something even harder than that. I'm adding Jeep to the list. Jeep got hung papers on him. How important? Now it's time for us to talk about Jeep. Would you breed the Jeep? And if you did breed the Jeep, them hung papers on your pedigree, would it matter? Did it matter? Would you still breed the Jeep? Need an answer. It sounds like a great question. I'm waiting on a great answer. History speaks for itself. If the dog wasn't shit, it wouldn't have never been a fucking issue about the papers. Yeah, because the dog is something, now we got this issue about the papers, and it still don't change the fucking fact of what the dog did and how he did it. So I don't know what you're breeding for when you go breeding to him. Why would you even fuck with him if you knew it? That's what I'm saying. Would it make a difference? Now that you know the truth. You know? Ain't nothing slick in that goddamn question I'm asking. Now, the slick word in there is bottom line. That stops all that other shit. Because the hard part is the question that I sent back to you. I answered your question very easily. Because I put you in a situation that I'm putting it all on you. Now, you got to go over there and deal with that dog. With the hung papers. Remember, he wouldn't even be talking about hung papers if the dog wasn't worth the fuck. So now we're talking about a dog that's worth something. Let's talk about that now. What if Jeep had hung papers on him? Would you still buy or breed the Jeep? Anything? Chat room. This is a question for everybody. Okay, Ben, thank you. If Jeep wasn't shit, I wouldn't be breeding to the dog in the first place, which is truthful. Truthfully, Honey Bunch was probably hung herself, but Jeep was what he was, and folks didn't care about his pedigree, what his pedigree was. Exactly, so let's take that back to your question, your first question. See, now we're going to go back to your question. I'm going to read it right back to you. Where's he at? I just said, Mr. Brock. Man, that didn't move that quick. Did I lose it? Yeah, it's up there. Hold on, Mr. Brock. I'm trying to get back to your question because you really answered the question that you asked. You said, so we can all agree the dog that has been hung since the beginning, then at what point do the papers become important? If they're built on lies to begin with. This is your question. Now I'm taking your question and I'm going to give you the answer with your own, that you answered. So the question wasn't never really to me because you said if Jeep wasn't shit, that you wouldn't be bothered with him anyway. That's the point. Okay? Even though Honey Buns might have had hung papers, this is what you said. Herself, but Jeep was what he was, regardless of the papers. Jeep was what he was, And folks did not care about his papers or his pedigree. Now, it's not you answering your own question and making a lot of sense, Mr. Brockton. You asked the question and turned right around and gave me the answer that makes the same fucking sense. You answered the question. I hope everybody understood that. Because everything that he said in the question and in this answer. Remember, I asked the question and he gave me an answer. And the answer he gave me was the answer to his own question that he asked me. Now, if I'm lying, tell me I'm lying. Mr. Brockton, good point. And I hope I cleared that part up with you. I said this. If it wasn't shit, it wouldn't mean shit. But if it meant something, ask me. If I would have bred the Jeep, if somebody told me he had hung papers, remember I told you, Buck, doesn't Grand Champion Buck have hung papers? The APBT had the papers on Buck all these years. I had dogs off of Buck that did not say that they was off of Patrick Tater. All right? That Golden Boy shit was on my APBT papers. Did it change me from having them dogs like that because they wasn't like the way the journal said they were? No, it didn't care. Did it bother Stone City with Yellow Buck? That he was right off a Buck? That he probably had hung papers? No. And he was a grand champion. Did it bother any one of those kennels? No. They accepted what the APBT put there. You know, was Grand Champion H really off of Charlie or was he off of Angus? Did it matter to me? No. Why? Because I still got puppies off of Grand Champion H regardless of what way it came or who it came off of. And somewhere down the line, APBT would have had to change the papers. So what? The fact is, these are dogs that make their papers. Don't mean a damn thing before these dogs didn't have nothing to make papers with. But the dog wasn't shit, the papers wasn't shit. But now all of a sudden the dog is something, and now the papers got to be something. Whether they're hung or not. Would you still breed to that dog? As long as the motherfucker had papers, I wouldn't care how they said the damn dog was bred. As long as I got a record of what this shit is. So when I breed my shit, I'm going to breed to the damn paper. I wouldn't care if they was hung or not. I'm going to breed to what's registered on them papers. Because I let the performance speak. The dog speak. This is what his dog's performance and his accolades that he done. This is how this dog was registered. Now, whether the papers were hung or not, I don't know. I didn't hang them. The dog is my dog. I'm going to go with the evidence that I have on this piece of paper. Fuck your story.
Let's talk about what if he didn't have papers?
Yeah, good question. What if Jeep and Buck didn't even have papers at all? Would it matter?
We wouldn't be talking about them 30 years later.
30 years later, let's say if they didn't even have papers. What if they was just unknown? Do you really believe that those dogs would have surpassed time 30 years later like Grand Champion Buck, Champion Jeep, Champion Honey Bunch? We really don't even know how she bred, but she had enough damn puppies. Enough damn puppies. Who gets the credit? She's registered too. And I know, don't I? I know. I don't have a choice but to know. I had a triple bred Jeep bitch. I had her papers. APBT, the big sheep. Now, what if that sheep was wrong and Honey Bunch wasn't bred like that? Did it make me a difference? Would have made me a difference? And I'm sitting here with this big ass sheep, and all you can tell me is she wasn't bred that way? That's all you can tell me? And I'm sitting here with this big ass sheep. What you think I'm gonna say? Give a damn? I'm going on what's on this piece of paper, down what you saying. Until this piece of paper change, down what you saying, bro. Fuck your lies and stories. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Paper says like this, I'm riding with the papers. That's what I'm gonna tell you. All that other shit ain't nothing but a story for somebody to talk about. Now, if anybody don't get that, and anybody don't understand that, let's go back to Mr. Brockton's question, and let's go back to Mr. Brockton answering his own question. If you can't understand me, at least understand the man. It's right there in writing. Read his question and then read his answer. He asked the question and he answered it in what better way? I can't answer better than he did. Good question and good answer, Mr. Brockton. And you see, I don't stutter long. I don't even think long when it comes to those situations because it's like, you know, you got to have that frame of mind. Where's the lie at? Who, you know, you sitting there with registered papers, and those registered papers, all of a sudden somebody's telling you it's a lie. But you need to come back with more evidence to change these papers, and you don't need to be telling me, you need to be telling the APBT. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a damn, because this is how this dog is going to be bred on my yard.
Ask Mr. Brockton, do he think Jeep will be as popular as he is?
Yeah, well, that's a good question to everybody. Do y'all think the Jeep would be the great Jeep as popular as he is if he didn't have papers? Do you think Mayday would be Mayday if he didn't have no papers and Twister, Luke Kane, Chanel, May, 600, then none of them dogs have registry with the APBT? You know what I mean? These are popular, great dogs. Take the papers away and you tell me. Do you really think that these dogs would have been in the history books as they are now? I'm just sitting back waiting on answers. It's good questions, guys. It's a good question. Remember, I said all this in the very beginning about the paper and no paper thing. I already told you my opinion about it. Y'all, we have a hell of a delay, guys. So if y'all see me sitting back rocking in my chair and shit after I say something, it's because the delay is so long that by the time y'all get it, y'all didn't sit there and watch me bouncing and looking around. And I asked that question damn near 3-4 minutes ago. Y'all just not getting it. So if y'all see me back chilling, I might even do a fat Bill and walk away from the table for a minute while y'all catch up. You know what I mean? Fat Bill do that shit all the time. He get up, walk right away. You go get him some coffee, make him coffee, sit right back down. By the time he get back, you know, maybe somebody come up with something, you know. But I mean, I know how many people I got in the chat room. I have 89 people in the chat room. I want at least 75 answers. How about it? Help me out. I'm thirsty right now. I'm gonna ask y'all to give me enough time to you know, even have a chat room discussion. Give me a chat room discussion. Let's have a chat room discussion. What's your chat room think? If Jeep didn't have papers, would Jeep be as famous as he is today? If Mayday had hung papers, like Grand Champion Buck had hung papers, would he be as famous? And another thing, why was Grand Champion Buck with them 2 pedigrees still the great Grand Champion Buck? Why didn't the original APBT papers ever affect anybody from not breeding to Buck? When everybody continued breeding to him, even though his pedigree did not match the pedigree that was out there in the real dog world. Was we breeding to what was on the APBT? Was we breeding to what was out there in the dog world? We was breeding to what was out there in the dog world. Down what the APBT papers said. Y'all guys know it. Dog man who was messing with the blood knew it.
Got a couple answers.
So thank you. Ooh, I got some shit to read.
No.
Oh, and that's good. Y'all read your chat room. I want everybody in the chat room to read the chats because they're actually putting answers to these questions. Look who's saying what. Look who's saying yes and no and have their opinions. This is what the chat room is supposed to do. Y'all look and see what they're saying. Because I know it's got to be interesting. Because how bad Jeep was and how great Jeep was, what are y'all saying if he didn't have no papers? Would we still be breeding to Jeep? Why did we take Grand Champion Buck's real pedigree with the APBT and overlook it and always stuck with what was out there in the rumor that this is the real way Buck was bred? We didn't stop breeding the Buck. As a matter of fact, we was using the pedigree that was out there, not the one that he was registered under when we was breeding our dogs. True known fact. Didn't stop nobody from breeding the Buck. It didn't even necessarily matter, evidently. Okay? So those are good questions. I just want to see some great answers. How do we work around this shit? Maybe we can come up with something on the dilemma that we're dealing with in 2022. Well, ain't none of these great dogs around. Shit, we don't even have dogs that we can really verify they're real champions because we don't have no kind of historical facts that's gonna lead us to those type of conclusions. Now we're dealing with not only it's not really based on how great the dog is no more because we don't really know how great the dog is. The dog performance record is just as confusing as his pedigree. You know what I'm saying? Everything's got a damn question mark now. So with these question marks, would y'all still fuck with these people? Or these dogs? Would you? Even now. Gotta tell you, this is a champion, so and so and so and so. First thing you want to know was who he beat. If you ain't the police, it's really not the right kind of question to ask. You know what I mean? Because you're gonna expect him to sit there and tell you. That's number one. And then number two, would you breed to him if you thought his championships was suspect, but he had a good pedigree? Would you still breed to him? That's number one. Okay, or let's switch it up a little bit. Let's say he had a real verifiable career, yet his papers were suspect. Some guys said there's no way that dog could be off of this dog because this dog was dead. So there's no way this dog could be bred like that. Even though he's got the accolades of a winner that's verifiable, he's got shaky goddamn pedigree. How would you handle that? And let's talk about the dog if he didn't even have no papers. And he had the accolades which were verifiable. How would you handle that? Those three questions fall in that same category of what we're talking about today. I see you answering questions and shit. I don't hear no answers though. I see you typing. Well, I guess I gotta find out why he typing, huh? Yeah, man. You got me sitting here.
Well,
I'm trying to find out what they're saying.
I'm typing back to them. Not saying anything.
Did I say anything?
Talking to each other.
Okay. Yeah, you keep doing what you're doing. I'll look it up and just read it. All right, guys, I'm going to go down here and look at y'all chats and shit because Growing Hard Mike is looking at me. I just want to see what y'all saying because, like you said, y'all ain't saying much.
Talking to each other.
Because y'all talking to each other. Hold on, guys. I gotta stop all this noise here. I want y'all hearing me in the background. Damn, 89%. 89% and 153 people voted. Maybe because you don't want to put it out there. Look, there you go. Ooh, there's a whole lot of talking in here, though. Dang, I'm trying to get in here with y'all. Y'all on some shit here. I like this conversation. I ain't never seen my chat room talk like this shit. Damn, okay, Mr. Woodby, you said SBK. Good dogs are where you find them. But you're right, but what about the registered dogs? Or is he could be good, but is he registered? Even if he's a good dog, what if he wasn't registered? Would you still breed to him and have a litter of puppies with no registration to him? Would you want that? Would you have to take that responsibility of trying to sell your dogs off because of your decision to breed into a dog that's not registered? Yet your dog is? Or because he's just a good dog without papers or hung papers or whatever kind of papers that ain't right. I don't understand what a good dog, what does that mean when you say that? It doesn't matter whether, would you use the hung papers? Would you use the fact that he's not registered? Would you say it's just the fact that he's a good dog and I'm going to use it anyway? And then once you do that, let's talk about your situation when I come to buy a dog from you. And are you going to try to convince me of that same mentality of why you did that and I wanted a puppy that the mom is registered, but now you're telling me the daddy wasn't? We can give a damn what he was. Because the only way I could see you doing anything with me is, that dog would have had to been registered, bottom line. Other than that, you just using that dog for your own personal kennel use. Basically, you can never expect to sell a logical person as myself a dog with that attitude. He's a good dog, but he's not registered. He's a good dog, but he's had hung papers. You understand what I'm saying? I know, but he won't keep on hearing me say, but, good dog, but. And that would be the thing that keeps me from buying it. You can keep all the dogs and keep that concept all to yourself. Understandable. The only reason you would have a remark to that would be, then you shouldn't have never been trying to sell me this shit. Don't jump back in the house when you're still out the house trying to get rid of one. Because I would have never brought me to your house if I didn't know you had something to sell. Right? So, yeah, you can find good dogs where you find them, but there's more to that statement that you have to fill in. Because it's in your hand when you say that. If it's your dog and it's a good dog, is that great dog or good dog registered? And if he's not registered, okay, you found a good dog that wasn't registered. He's still a good dog, but what about me? I want a good dog, but my good dog gotta have papers. Period. How do you get that across my table? He's still a good dog, but he's not registered. Period. That's not gonna do me no good. I need more than just a good dog. I need a registered good dog, whether papers are hung or not. Let my papers stand, regardless of how the dog was bred. Let those papers stand for the dog rather than him being a good dog, regardless of how he was bred. It don't even fucking matter. If you can't prove anything that's solid enough to change the way this dog is bred on this pedigree, then it's just a piece of words that you're saying. This shit that's on this pedigree is in stone. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm going to ride on that because at least I got something instead of nothing.
Dog wasn't shit, I wouldn't even be talking
about. If the dog wasn't shit, I wouldn't be talking about him anyway, right? So good points, guys. But there's more points to that. You know, it's all the way you find them. Because I want to find a damn good dog that ain't got no damn papers. I want to find a good dog that ain't got no got hung papers being hung all over the place. You don't know whether the dog got 3 different goddamn pedigrees. Seems like the dog is only bred with the pedigree that's the most likable and the most sellable. You know, yeah, those things do matter. But I'd rather have a dog with papers than one without. My man said it don't matter, they all come from mutts. Wolfie said he was a bulldog with hung papers. Mike, you got these little funny people in here. Jeep who? He was not a street pit with unknown ancestry. Macho Buck, Jocko, Grand Champion Art, Shady Lady, Grand Champion Yellow, more great dogs with accurate pedigrees. Yes, you're right, Miss Shantae, Mr. Shantae. Yes, you're right. Go forward, not backwards. Fat Farm, I kind of don't understand that, but it makes sense. It does matter. Yes, it does. Pedigrees matter. Papers don't. Well, you might have a known pedigree, but without papers, there's no legitimacy to that pedigree, bro. There's no way you're going to be able to tell me there's a pedigree without a registry or without a registry matters, because it don't. It's just like the pedigree is not a registered pedigree, so there's nothing in the world you're going to ever convince a person who wants to have papers or a guy who wants to have a pedigree that don't have papers is going to be happy. You just couldn't make me happy with just the pedigree, because without that registry, how do I know the pedigree you're trying to feed me is real? There's no legacy or no truth behind it. There's something solid that you can put in my hand and say, this pedigree is legit. You're just telling me that. You ain't doing nothing but telling me something that I can verify to be true. So it does matter. Pedigree ain't shit without papers. Period. It ain't. No more than you just like you saying, the dog might as well not even have a pedigree without those papers. And they shouldn't. Yeah, hybrid. They could be hung papers, but still, without a legit pedigree or registered pedigree, it's still useless. You know, maybe the breeder might get off on that shit because it's working for him, but a person that's coming second hand behind the breeder, it would never work for me. I got a champion that's got a fucked up past because of the previous owner that bred the dog fucked with the papers. Dog got hung papers, got caught being hung. Okay. Now I'm sitting here with this champion. What the hell am I going to do with him? He ain't got no papers. I can tell you how he bred, but how's he bred? That's why we in the jam that we in right now. What am I supposed to tell you if you're trying to buy or pay a stud fee to me? What am I supposed to tell you? And would you even want to be on my yard after me telling you this shit? Good questions, right? Well, Buck came from a reputable dog man known to have good blood. Well, yes, he did. He did come from Pat Patrick, but Pat Patrick is telling y'all that, damn it, the papers on Buck wasn't right. It was him that came up with the whole ordeal anyway. Well, Pat, regardless of the reason why you did not give us the right papers, it's the fact that you came back later and tried to give us the right papers. So now we sitting here with Buck with 2 papers. They ain't got nothing to do with Buck and what kind of dog he was. Am I correct? Yeah, but see, here's the thing, fellas. We ain't talking about Jeep beating Homer. We're not talking about Jeep beating Homer. We're not even talking about Jeep as a dog. Great as Jeep was. Not what we're talking about. What would you think the situation would be with Jeep if he did not have papers? Would you breed a Jeep? You don't want to be talking about Jeep 20 years later like we talk about Jeep right now. If we kept the same record, the same background of Jeep and take his papers away, we would not be talking about Jeep in 2022. Because I'm telling you, back then, I had a triple Jeep bitch right off a Jeep. I wouldn't have had that bitch on my yard and give a fuck who Jeep beat if that bitch didn't have no damn papers. Period. I wouldn't give a damn how good Jeep was. He wouldn't be good for me to be able to move anything because I'm always going by based on what y'all saying. There's no logical, physical proof in a pedigree that I could move my line with. That's what we talking about. Give a damn about who he beat. Because who he beat does not change the fact if he ain't got no papers, what good is he? What good is he to me? It don't matter who he beat. He could be a great ass dog without no papers. It don't mean shit to who he beat.
Man, it's all gonna fall apart and just die.
It's gonna die anyway. Because the person like me, I ain't got no way of breeding this damn dog. Why would I breed into anything on my yard that's got papers? I'm pretty sure they see him like I do. Y'all see what the poll numbers say? 89% of y'all say that the pedigrees are still important in the breeding programs of today's dogs. Now, some of y'all at 11% because this damn survey says 89% of y'all would not fuck with Jeep without papers. 89% of you.
What that take?
So what's that saying? Am I hearing a lot of you 11%ers to believe it don't matter? 11% to 89%. Come on now. Which one of you guys are on the 89% and how many of you guys are that 11%? Are you 11% the ones talking about him beating Homer? What did that matter if he doesn't have a pedigree? Why would it matter if the only thing you can give me as a proof of a pedigree is what's just coming out your mouth or what's on PED'S online? What if that's all you got? That's not gonna get it. Not good enough for me. I wouldn't have never bred to his ass. Give a fuck how good he was. I would have never bred to made that he didn't have no papers or no registry. Give a damn how good he was. It ain't gonna do no good for what I'm trying to do.
And then address the fact that, remember, the dog.
But see, wealthy studies, that's a thing that, you know, like you said, you knew the people. But that's you. You couldn't sell me none of your shit either. You see the point? You, regardless of what you did with these guys and you know the breeder, how you gonna sell me anything? You might have some badass dogs, but you would never back up your bitch to my dog. She ain't got no papers. You ain't breeding that bitch to me. If you paying the step fee, you still wouldn't get a breed with me. Because your bitch would have to be registered. See? If you had a male, I sure wouldn't be breeding to him. Give a fuck how good he was and knew how well you knew the breeder. I wouldn't be wanting to breed to you because you ain't got no pedigree. So the offer you wanting to try all that is still working against you. Because I'm one of the 89%. I'm that 89% that ain't fucking with nothing and ain't got a pedigree. Give a damn how good it is. There's only 11% that would. That's not a good number for you 11%ers. Not even a good excuse. And that was 161 people. Then 161. 161 people did the poll. 161. 89% to 11. And yet I see 89% of y'all telling me the pedigree don't make a difference if the dog was good. Right here in this chat. Look at the chat. Now, either we got some bullshitters in here or we got some fake ass shit going on here, y'all. Because this bitch shit, it says 89% of y'all agree. Now, why am I saying 89% of these comments in this chat talking about as long as he's good, the pedigree doesn't matter? 89% of y'all see here. What's that telling me about my room? Remember, I'm a businessman to read numbers very well, and I ain't no dummy. I read people too. Why is my room sounding like this? Yet y'all poll says something totally different than what I'm reading. Are we only listening to, this is that 89% of what I'm seeing on this chat, is that y'all part of that 11% out of 161 votes? Then that means we got more 11% people speaking out than the 89% that agree. Because y'all looking at the chat like I'm looking at it. What are y'all reading? What are y'all reading? I know y'all seeing what I'm seeing. It says most of you guys are speaking out like pedigree don't mean shit if the dog was good. And I'm reading it right here with y'all. But that's not what your poll's saying. So this conversation is not just related to the 11%, because that's what I'm seeing here. Most of the people I'm listening to right now reading their shit sound like the 11%. Most other people just saying something sound like the 11%. Yet there's 89% out of 161 of you people who voted that it makes a difference. A hell of a difference. I don't get it, guys.
Somebody, people are sitting back voting and just watching.
I know you got to look at it from what I'm looking at. Y'all see what I'm seeing? A lot of great comments. But it sounds like it's coming from the 11% crew.
Just in the room.
Just in the room. You don't know what the dog really is. Right. But it shouldn't even matter. If the dog got papers, that's when it shouldn't even fucking matter. At least give me the damn papers. At least. Give me a good dog. And at least give me some papers. Don't give a damn about the damn, whether they fake or not. Just give me the damn papers. Because I'm going to make that dog fit those papers. Especially if he a bad motherfucker. Them papers going to be whatever that dog is. And that's what I'm going to stand on. Unless somebody can get proof to make the APBT change them papers, it's better than have a dog with swapped out home papers than a dog with no papers. Period.
Dog make the papers.
Because the dog make the papers and I can't get nowhere with no papers. It ain't going to help my yard no way whatsoever. But a lot of shit going on in that room. I ain't never seen this room that damn busy. Y'all is some busy dudes today. Look at all this shit. Oh, Flexi said, call them out. Dred said, I've seen a lot of dogs and been on a lot of yards. Once you find out there ain't got papers, that hide just don't lay the same on the dog. His tail go to looking too long. I got what you're saying, Dre. I'm sorry for the read, bro, but I got what you're saying. You start looking at the dog, he look like he had pit now, right? Good one. Only the people with a plan appreciate papers. Me being one of them. That's right, Mongolia. I'm with you, baby. You that 89%. See, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Mongolia. That's all I'm saying, Mongolia Kennels. That's all I'm saying, bro. So I know me and you are on that. We definitely that 89%. So that be damn, I'm gonna have Mayday with no papers and I'm gonna breed that motherfucker. I don't give a fuck how good he was. I don't care what kind of dogs he was throwing. We can never tell nobody that we ain't bred the Mayday. We ain't got no papers showing that we bred the Mayday. You understand what I'm saying? We don't have nothing but a mouth to say we bred the Mayday. That's it. No papers, no nothing. And we supposed to build off of that. This is the only thing we got to build off. We got a whole little puppies. Hey, they off of Mayday. Well, they got registration? No, but trust me, I bred the Mayday. I got pictures showing I bred the Mayday. What good is that? What good is your puppies though? What good is your puppies? How many people gonna walk on your yard and walk up the yard and go back and tell it, you know, for the next 20 years, walk down the line and everybody say, yeah, this puppy was off of Mayday, his granddad was off of Mayday. Well, why ain't got no papers? Well, Mayday didn't have no papers. These are just good dogs off of Mayday. How long do y'all think that shit gonna fly, y'all? Nobody's going on that. Ain't nobody on that kind of bus. Come on now. Pedigree is the recipe on papers. If you taste the recipe and like it, then you cooking it with gas. Again, flexing. Thank you. 89%. He's making sense. Hey, you Kennel, second time because that motherfucker get from point to point, be titled or not, yeah? Titled or not. Okay, Dread, that's a good breeding. First. I'm not the 89%. I'd rather be the few. Well, that's okay with me too. Because you're not going to get being in the few, you understand, it's the few that don't get the phone call. So you ain't missing nothing. You ain't got to worry about me buzzing on your phone. I guarantee you got 89% of people saying that. They don't worry about it, bro. We ain't going to bother you. We ain't going to bother you. We're going to let you enjoy your 11%. You know what I mean? Enjoy that 11%. Hello. If you're important, you'll say something. If you ain't, I'm hanging up. Okay, I'm still reading, guys. I see some good ones. K1 and found. Said, whoopee, they can make cars bulldogs if they want a title, ain't gonna make that motherfucker go down the track. If the dog got a title, if he has a title, I can guarantee you, and he got papers, he'll get down the track a whole lot better if he had a title with no papers. I like me having a car with no title. I'm gonna sell you this badass car and ain't got no title. Okay. K1, KQ. You heard me, right? I said I'm going to buy a car and it ain't got a title, but this is a badass car. It ain't got a title though, bro. That's what you just said. You said that. Now you tell me, you gonna come over here and buy this car from me? Would you think twice? Hey, Fat Farm, if they prank calling, boy, they'll stop there. I guarantee you they won't call back after that one. You know what I mean? If it's a prank caller, you don't hear that phone ringing again, do you? Guys, don't play with me like that, bro. I run a business and people call all the time. And one thing they don't do with me is play on the phone because I will have them tripping with me. I will put the phone right next to the TV and turn the TV up and leave it there. Thank you, Twin. What good is a car with no title? Thank you, second time. Real race cars don't have titles, but that's the problem. They have owners that have titles to those cars, fellas. Don't you think that one damn race car is jumping on that damn racetrack without one? I know the rules at NASCAR. Oh, they have titles. They have titles. Damn near every sticker to go on that car got a damn number to that car. So every sticker, from regardless of what brand, from Cheerios to 7-Up, going on them NASCARs, are going on a car that's owned by an owner that's titled with the damn state, because that state is business. It's business. When you brand shit, you better have something to hold ownership to it. Because somebody's getting paid for that damn usage of that damn car. And it's a business 9 times out of 10 to own that car. Oh yeah, somebody owns it, and it does have a title, bro. Don't think it don't. It might don't have to ride on the public street, but if it's a vehicle on 4 wheels and it's driving around on a track, especially a NASCAR track, in a state-regulated situation, every damn one of them drivers got a license, and every one of them damn cars got a registration and a title. You bet you that. No, they don't. Boy, do you even race. We run a business, bro. And in the state of Florida, yes. In the state of Florida, I can tell you more about racing than you can tell me about these dogs. That's for damn sure. And I know every vehicle in the state of Florida, regardless if it's got a damn brand, anything on it, it is going to be registered with the state of Florida as an automotive vehicle. Whether it's a drag car, a drag bike, it don't even damn matter. If you put a label or a sticker or any type of business on this vehicle, not only is it going to have a title, it's going to have insurance on a racetrack. Now, stick your chest out and act like you know what you're talking about, okay? Because then you have to bring the proof. Now you sound like somebody is just saying something and can't accept being wrong. So before you start that, just don't say nothing, bro. Because you're not going to get nowhere with that one. Look, first you started out with the dog in the title. Then you're trying to convince the room that you know what you're talking about when you don't, it ain't making sense. Don't go there. Stop it, all right? I'm trying to give you a head start. Don't even go there. No, I'm not trying to. It's just, you know, when they start talking that, then you're like, come on, man. Work first, man. Let them have it. My 8-mile car doesn't. Well, if your car don't, that don't mean you driving legally. And I don't know where you driving at, but down in the state of Florida, you're not going to go over to Daytona. And they let us take our cars over to Daytona and drive them around the track and race. And ain't a one damn car going on there and touching that damn track without a damn registration and insurance. Not one. So I don't know where you from, but where I'm from down here, that's not how it go. Every damn car down here. And like you said NASCAR. I'm talking about people can bring their cars right on the goddamn NASCAR track, right there in motherfucking Daytona Beach, and get on that damn track. But you better have some insurance. You better have some insurance, and you better have a damn title. You better have a registration to that car before you touch NASCAR's track. Now, if it didn't matter, why are they requiring it if they don't require it from their own racing cars? I mean, that's a lie too. Because every damn car in just like every boat, every Sea-Doo, every little motorized boat in the state of Florida better have a registration. Get caught without having that Florida license number on your Sea-Doo or on your boat. Don't ever matter. Everything has to be registered if it moves in the state of Florida. And so that means everything has a title. Martinez, good one. He said, I got Jeep Dog for sale, $2K, no paperwork. Who wants to buy them? Yeah, let's see. I want to see how many people want to buy them. I can guarantee you 89% of them in this room ain't going to do it. Okay, Martinez, way to go, baby. That's right. 89% of us won't buy shit on your yard for $2,000, bro, without no papers, bro. Now, see, you got 11%, so you might got to come up. You got 5 puppies, you might get that 10,000 out of that 11%, bro. So I believe in you, man. I believe you're right about that. You got 11% of these people say they would do it. That might add up to $10,000, boy, if you sell 5 of your puppies. Because the dog will show you if his papers are true. And even after you breed to the characteristics that dog shows you. But ain't nothing ever really guaranteed anyway, fellas. What good is the title of a Hellcat if when you pop the hood, it's a good racing motor? Well, I would think a car with a title, it's got a good racing motor, it would be, I would buy it. If it's got a title and it's got a good motor, I'm buying it. I mean, I can't understand how we're getting away from the dogs into the cars. They off the cars if you're trying to relate the cars to the dogs, but don't take the dogs away from the car. Keep the car with the dog if you want to stay relevant. If you get outside of the dog, then you lost the relevance of the conversation. All right? Yes, they better be skint and bent too. Gamblers versus dog man. Those who need to know. If you don't know, you don't need to know. Hey, can you block that? Okay. Interrupting me. I can't see my boys on here. So they can resell that lemon. You know, I agree, being pure entertainment. Yes, sir. My team is 300 and I want to see the mama and the daddy. That's why so many people buying lemons, but they got a title though. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, that's the truth. I mean, look, they out here spending $2,500 for a dog with papers and getting lemons. Okay, let's keep that point clear and open too. They out here spending that kind of money with papers and pedigree. It doesn't guarantee you a winner. It doesn't. I think Twin One was talking about that earlier. There's no guarantees in this shit. It's all still a gamble.
Make the choice when you spent your money.
But people will pay $2K for papers. Not for a real bulldog. Well, that's because they was lied to. Because there's no way in the world I'm selling a dog and I'm going to come to you and say, look, man, the dog costs you $2,000. It's nicely bred, but the dog really ain't shit. Would you buy the dog from me then? So you wouldn't expect me to say that, would you? It goes hand in hand with your question, you know, with your statement. You know, It's not that they don't, it's just not being made clear. Yeah, they'll sell us the pedigree with the dog, but 9 times out of 10, it wasn't the pedigree that bought us there. It was the dog itself. You understand? But for the guys that run into those situations where the pedigree was galore, then they are the ones that's already then fucked up anyway because they let the lure bring them in. They the fish.
No, they got to make that choice.
They the ones got to make that choice because they don't know nothing about the dog. They just looking at the pedigree. And anybody selling the dog is not going to sit there and say the dog is bred good, but he ain't shit, but I'm selling it for $2,000. Come on, makes sense. Right? Come on.
They have to own what they buy.
Okay. Man, ain't nobody paying no $2,000 without no papers. You damn right. I'm telling you, damn right. If it wins, I'm in. And not to the point. If it wins and got papers, I'm in. But the only thing he's going to benefit from that is the person who was winning with him is going to benefit. I'm trying to get some damn puppies that I can't get registered. So I don't have no real proof that I bred to this dog or my puppies is off of this dog. If this dude go haywire and say, no, he ain't never got no puppies from me. What if the nigga get mad because you pressed him on some shit because he didn't have no papers and you wanted your money back? He had to give you some of your money back because he didn't have no papers. And when he get that money back, then guess what that means? That means your puppies is no longer off his dog. You just lost your shit. Y'all actually know how easy it is to hang papers. Then think about it. How hard is it to go 3-5? But see, that's Mr. Brockton, the point is that regardless of how the papers they're hung or not, if I got a damn good dog, that's the significance of the fact right there. It's a damn good dog that don't really care as long as he got some damn papers, bro. I don't give a damn if they're hung. The only person speaking about them being hung is the person who ain't got no papers. Unless you can bring me another set of papers showing me this dog has been registered twice under 2 different pedigrees, then everything you saying pertaining to this dog got hung papers is only motherfucking a goddamn fairy tale until you got proof. And if you got proof, then it should be changed through the damn agency that you got your dog registered at. Let's just keep it simple and plain. We're talking about businessmen. We ain't talking about ghetto dumb shit. We're talking about this is real shit, business. Come on now. Y'all actually take the business out of the game when it's part of the business. You understand what I'm saying? No. Put yourself in that position when you say things like that. Put yourself in that position and then you play the same thing that you just say it to yourself. Would you do that for real? No, you would not. So I can look on some of these answers and say, okay, he's just talking. He's real. He's just talking. He's real. You know what I mean? Business is damn business, bottom line. I mean, say if it's a Hellcat title or not. It's a Hellcat. Well, again, how much would you spend for that Hellcat if it didn't have a bumper? If it didn't have a title? How much would you give me for that Hellcat? Because I need you to get this Hellcat out of my yard because I don't want it no more. It's just that I'm asking a pretty penny for this Hellcat. How much you gonna give me? Since it don't have a title and it ain't got no bumper. As long as it's a Hellcat, give me $30,000 for it then. Would you give it to me? It's a question. It shouldn't matter. Remember, you said it. I didn't. Give me $30,000 for that Hellcat. Now, are you willing to dig in your pocket and give me that $30,000? It don't got no title and it sure as hell ain't got no bumper. And just because it's a Hellcat, you can have it. Remember, you said it, not me. And is that 1Q? Was that KRU? 1 KRU, yeah, I'm answering your shit. You said, this is what you said. You said, Dre, I don't give a damn if the fender missing. If it's a Hellcat, it's a Hellcat, title or not. But would you give me $30,000 for that Hellcat without the bumper and no title? I'm asking the question to what you said. No need when everybody's on the same shit. You know, I'm gonna go through and pick out what they're saying because that's the whole point of everything. Do you see all the shit that these people are saying?
It's not the same. It's the same people who's trying to they're trying to do away.
Second time, tell that to my bank account. Whether we're racing and you have a little, I don't, both cars still getting towed. You see these things still popping up? All right, y'all, we're gonna move on because we did. Let me see here. We have 166 votes. And out of 166 votes, the yeses got 89%, and we still had the noes at 11%. So it's evident today that our pedigree is still important in the breeding program of today's American Pit Bull Terrier. 11% of you guys said no. 89% says y'all still need to give me my goddamn papers and we don't care if they're hung or not. Just give us the papers. Because the dog, regardless, if he's a damn good dog, I can deal with the controversy. I just can't deal with the controversy of the fact that if he's a great dog with no papers, I can't fuck with it. If he doesn't have a pedigree that I can work off of, regardless of whether it's hung or not. Because remember, guys, they're talking about dogs that just dead and gone that had histories of creating great dogs. All of a sudden, got somebody running around here talking about their papers are being hung on them to make good conversation. It don't even fucking matter now. Because we got pedigrees of these dogs in these pedigrees that didn't produce great dogs that had produced great dogs. So as long as that dog had, at least it had a pedigree to produce something and record through the history to be relevant today. So that's why we at 89%, because at least through all the bullshit and the controversy and the conspiracies, at least we are getting something compared to getting nothing. Right? And y'all, it's just out of all things, guys, why would y'all compare a bulldog to a car? A bulldog, we cannot compare a bulldog to a car. When you got a guy talking about a bumper on a car compared to a bulldog without a tail, is it the same value loss? Can we talk about a title and no papers? It's the same thing. Bottom line, why would I buy a car without a title? I don't give a damn how good the car look. I can't do nothing with this car without a title. That's like trying to buy a great dog without a registry. It has a pedigree, but it's not a registered pedigree. What good is me buying this badass dog without a pedigree, or at least a registered pedigree? The same thing when it comes to that expensive, nice-ass car. It's not going to do me no good. And if it was just for sentimental reason, I would take them both home and keep them and don't care about them not having titles because they're never going nowhere and they're going to be with anyway. And I'm not going to never let nobody drive it. I ain't going to breed the dog and let nobody stare to it. It's just all mine. I can understand that. But that's the only part I can understand. You take that shit home and you sit on it. The first time you open that door and try to offer it to me, then you ain't doing what you ain't stick to your own plan. Because now you're going to try to convince me to buy this dog with no papers or buy this damn car with no title, and I'm gonna be both incidents. I don't want that shit.
That is the business part. This whole conversation
it's all business.
around.
Yep.
This is business. And in any business, if you make a choice to buy a dog with no papers, then that is your business decision, and what comes with that decision falls on you.
Yep.
You have to own those decisions. That's what this is all about. That's what it's all about.
That's right. You cannot compare no damn dog, a car, to a damn dog. You sure can't. Good conversation. I ain't never seen this chat room this goddamn. I mean, damn, y'all did good though.
Shut down.
Right, y'all did good. You know, I ain't supposed to be reading the chats anyway. I mean, what the hell would I been doing if I hadn't been reading no chats, y'all? All that chiming in y'all doing, I ain't never seen that damn chat room. One question, and you should see all the chats that came up. You know, a lot of you guys got silly with it. A lot of you guys got off track with it, but it was interesting to see that you guys know how to get involved in here. Okay? And like I said, the funny thing about it was, and it makes you question the room, is how we got 89% and 11%, yet 89% of the people that was speaking up in the chat, literally speaking out in the chat, 89% of y'all was in agreement with that 11%.
89% is watching. Well,
Mike said that 89% are watching, yet not involved in the chat. It says the 11% that make the 89% of the people speaking out are trying to come up with their own little twists and spins in the chat. But in true reality, y'all is one of them people that bet that yes. Y'all just trying to get a little movement in here, you know, get some things riled up and everybody is speaking. It worked. It worked, but the numbers just don't match the chat room. You know, and to me, it makes it kind of fake because some of y'all in here still playing fake games, and that's not cool. So you have to understand, I am too damn old, and in doing business, we read numbers every day. This as quick as we looked at them numbers and saw the response to the chat room, we knew off the bat, didn't we? There's some fake shit going on.
Well, I really believe that the people that are speaking in the chat is part of that 11%.
Like say 11% of the people that voted no are the ones speaking. Out of 166 people,
Yeah,
11% of 166 is not a big number. And there's a lot more motherfuckers speaking on that shit in that 11%.
Yeah, but it's not 161 people in this chat.
166 people voted.
Right, but
now you take 166 because the only way you can vote is you have to come into this room. This is not open to the internet. It's open only to this channel right now while it's playing.
Right, and you can sit there and vote and not have to say nothing.
And don't have to say nothing at all. So we go with the 166. If we take 168 people, 11% of 168 people is 6. If we have more than 6 people chiming in. That's all I'm saying. More than 11% of 168. 10. It's still 6.
I'm saying the people who vote ain't saying shit.
But there's more than 6 people out here saying that. I can count up over damn 10.
Okay, but there's 161 people in this room?
No, it's 168 that voted. And there's only 100 people in the chat room now.
Yeah. That's right.
But at some point.
We'll be able to see that once we close it down. I know there's 168 people. Just actually click that button.
Hit the votes. Well, gentlemen, I can guarantee folks will line up to buy dogs from me for my asking price with only a handwritten pedigree. For those that know And those who don't know, it won't matter.
That's what happens.
And I would have to say, Mr. Brockington, that would be that 11% to fall for that shit. Okay? And I'm going to say 89% of us is going to tell you no. Okay? And I can guarantee you that because the post says so.
Fact.
Fact. Okay? So that was for you. It don't matter for 11% of y'all. But for us 89%, the majority, we wouldn't fuck with you, bro. All right? We wouldn't. And I'm telling you, I wouldn't.
That's just,
I don't give a fuck how good your shit was. If you ain't got no papers to stand behind it, then no, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter to me. I mean, you write some shit out on a piece of paper and you think you're gonna get a dime out of me. You know what I mean? Everybody coming to your house must be foolish.
No. Business is business.
Business is business. I said business is business. If you do not conduct, it's foolish to go spend your money on something without papers. It's foolish. That's like buying a car without a title.
But then people do that.
But it's
percent of the people out here.
And you go to try to take somebody to court and watch what the judge tell you. Why you trying to sue to get your money back? It was foolish enough for you to make that deal. He's not going to hold his tongue like I'm not going to hold my tongue. It's foolish to do that. And especially when you want something back. You give me a written pedigree, you get mad. Because now I don't want the pedigree. I don't even want your written shit. I want my money back. You don't want to give my money back. Now I got to go sue you. All right? The judge is going to tell me when I get in front of him that he gave me this written piece of paper and it's not even a real pedigree. The judge is going to tell you it was foolish for you not to take it when you gave him your money when he gave it to you. Can't do nothing for you now. Contract has been completed. You knew it when you sold and he gave you that paper and you still gave him your money. That's like get a title. You don't write sell me a car without a title and just because you wrote a note that you sold me the car for this much money and you didn't give me a title and you think this written piece of paper is what I'm going to be stuck with? Yes, it will be because you got paid even after giving me this piece of shitty ass paper and did not give me a title to even the ownership of the car. The judge is going to look at me trying to sue you and tell me that you went through all these motions knowing this car didn't have a title, yet you still paid for it. That was foolish of you to do. And it is a lot to do with being foolish because as a grown person, you're supposed to be logical with some common sense. You should know better. So I'm not going to walk through the tulips to sit there and try to say it's all good, fellas, if you do buy it, because it's not. Because it don't do anything for the game anyway. And it shows that it ain't going to do anything for somebody that's spending that kind of money for it. So, hey, if it's going to learn something out of it, learn this. Don't buy shit if it ain't got the papers to it because it's not going to do you no good without the papers. It's not. I don't give a damn how good the dog is. You're going to pay in the long run because there's 89% of us that say we wouldn't come to your yard and buy anything off your yard if you didn't have papers. And for any of them 89% to walk up on your yard and still buy dogs is still knowing you didn't have papers. What can we say about them people there? Can't be mad. Right, they're not gonna do it. But if somebody out of that 89% decide to go up there, then wouldn't they be on their behalf to take it? They be on them if they get caught. Okay,
yeah, that's on anybody. Anybody that make a decision like that, they have to own that.
You gotta own it, and that's exactly what the judges. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is the same thing the judges say. Well, you should have knew better. It was your foolish mistake. It was a foolish mistake,
and you have to own it.
And you got to own up to it. So if somebody's willing to do that, then don't. I ain't mad at them. But it ain't a wise thing to do. And yes, sir, I'm gonna say it again. It is foolish. You go out here and buy something with that kind of money and don't have nothing. How you gonna sell this shit to somebody like me? 89% of us. Good day, guys. I love the conversation. Man, I wish I could buzz y'all little buzzing like the way y'all was buzzing tonight with that shit. Y'all, I ain't never seen y'all that damn talkative. You know, you throw a little shit in the game, boy, and this boy, I can get y'all buzzed up. You know, but in true reality, at 89% is probably the one sitting back looking at y'all laughing. Look at these dumb motherfuckers. You know, they may not necessarily calling you dumb, but the shit that you're saying it is. I'm sorry. I'm that 89% that says you don't have papers. He could be Grand Champion Mayday. Grand Champion Mayday can't help me if he ain't got no papers. Period.
Nobody can twist your arm to do business. No one. Businesses are made between a group or a person, two individuals, to agree upon a transaction. These dogs, for that type of money, should always be considered as business. When we lock up, it's business.
Yep. When we
pick, it's business. When we breed, it's business. At no point should there ever be any type of transaction in this game unless it's handled in a business form. Because the last time I checked, when it came down to getting into them four corners, it was a business transaction that two people agreed upon. Bottom line. Now how you gonna fix that? You can't. Because you got to agree to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's important. That's why the game gets all out of whack, because you're forgetting about the business part of the game. It's still business, fellas. And remember, everybody has the opportunity to do business as they please. If you want to do business without papers, I'm not going to knock you. Just don't be mad at me because I'm not the one for that type of shit.
Right.
I wouldn't buy it from you.
Mm-hmm.
Give a damn what you say. How you felt about it. That's my prerogative. I do business with who I want to do business with and how I want to do business. Just like you. You choose to do it without papers, fine. You want to go buy a dog without papers, that's fine. That's totally up on you. I ain't gonna knock you how you do your business. But don't knock me on how I'm doing mine.
Especially if my business ain't bringing me to you.
Well, even if it happened to bring me to you, better have some damn papers.
But we ain't got
nothing to talk about.
Right.
Period. Nothing. And that seems like to be the 89% of the people that's in the room. Not taking nothing away from you 11%. Y'all might be doing those transactions amongst you others. But y'all got a hell of a majority to take that shit into to find out if your shit really gonna be about some shit. And only time will tell. Right now, we got history working in our favor. That's all.
I don't see it working in our favor at all. I really don't. Because you guys, the dogs ain't out there. The only thing about history right now is they don't have the dogs out there. They're not even out there in abundance for them to find them because a lot of these dogs don't have papers. They don't. A lot of guys are still getting mad because they're getting papers from these fake ass registries. You really can't even call them registries. They pop up at home registries. They're getting away from the APBT because a lot of the guys that want to have papers, they got to get their papers from somewhere. If they can't get them from the APBT, they got to get them from somewhere. They say, I don't care where they get them. Just somebody give me some papers from my dog. That's how it goes. That's how they get me.
There's enough people out here that's doing ADBA and we'll see each other in the box and we'll go from there. That's just how that goes.
Right. Hope there's enough of them out there. We need ADBA champions. I know the ADBA, they still do shows out there. They still want their dogs registered. You know, you still got to have ADBA registered dogs to get into an ADBA sanctioned show. or you're not getting in. Care how good your dog is. Let's go, fellas. This was a good night, man. I think I had a good time tonight. It's going on 11:30. Dang. Thank y'all for waiting on me. I think y'all didn't even need me today. You know, Twin One seemed like he had it all under control. You know, I mean, business speaks for itself. You know, my honest opinion about business is if you take business as a joke, then business is going to treat you like a joke. Anybody that does real business is not somebody you want to play with. And that's on some real shit, y'all. You want a successful business, then you better act like you're taking your business serious. All business. Your money means something, don't it? Unless you super rich and you can just zing it out there and throw it away, and you know there's a never-ending amount of money that you can blow through, then enjoy yourself. But for those of us that ain't got abundance of money to just fling out there and throw away, then we have to be careful what we passing out. And for you new guys, be aware before you pass out $1 for anything, bro. Know what you're getting yourself into. Know all angles before you complete that transaction, because once it's completed, it's set in stone. No, don't let nobody out-talk you or over-talk you when it comes to you coming out your hands and passing that money into somebody else's hand. Make sure before you pass it, you got everything you came to get. Right? In the meanwhile, as we looked at another day, in the Talk Shit Tuesday, we were talking shit. Some good answers, some good questions, but guys, at some point you gotta start being serious with this. No, there's no room for the mistakes in the games that y'all play, because some of these guys is taking this shit real serious. And honestly, they don't like the silliness. They really don't. A lot of guys they're getting tired of the silliness because they're not getting the chance to get what they're trying to get out of it. You know? And that's why you see guys be ready to just set off when they see y'all start that silly shit, you know? They get angry. I've seen a couple guys in here that got angry just that quick when you start seeing guys just saying shit that just don't make no sense. You know? Yeah, that kills the mode on some serious shit that really need to be said. And I'm definitely the one. I ain't got the patience. And I'm gonna continue speaking my outbursts on shit that I don't like. You know, I try to be cool with it, but no, I'm gonna keep my mouth open because, man, that's what I'm here for. If I don't like it, I'm gonna say something. You know, just how it is. I agree, but I also can disagree. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with disagreeing. 89% of us said tonight that we want papers, guys. So let's fix that. Let's fix that and enjoy ourselves today. Friday, y'all. See y'all Friday. I don't know. We going to the parking lot today, money.
Yeah, it's a weekday.
It's a weekday, not a weekend. It's a weekday. Thank you guys for showing up, man. A lot of things was happening out here in the dog world this week. Let's just make sure everybody stays safe. Let's make sure we all stay together as a fraternity crew. Let's remember this, y'all. We can't stay together and play together if we ain't together. Right? You can't do none of this. It's all right to disagree, but it's better to agree. You know what I'm saying? And for all those who got them bulldogs, and it's time for that time of the year, it's getting hot outside.
Yeah, you know what time it is.
You know it is.
Yeah.
Get there, be sure to go look at your aftercare video.
Yeah.
Make sure you go to look at your aftercare video.
You know what time it is.
You know what time it is.
Yeah.
Holding back in that corner. Don't forget to put that knee down. Don't forget to put that knee down.
Yeah.
And so when you release him and you stand up, I'll let y'all figure that out.
Yeah.
But remember, new rule to the game. We want to be more men Real men. We cannot let two cars walk out of the building and one of them a winner. We cannot let them both come out quitters. So I stand up and say, if you can't scratch to win, then you cannot win.
That's it.
Bottom line. Over here going hard, we expect and we ask all our dog men. When all the shit gets tough, when all the shit look like it's all against you, and it's time for you to go get that bag, baby. Time for you to get that bag. You gonna take a courtesy scratch? Or you gonna take a real dog man scratch?
Yeah.
Cause here going hard killers, that's what we gonna do. We gonna always scratch to win.
Deuces.
We gonna go get our bag. We don't need no courtesy route to get it.
No, sir.
No, we want you to know we gonna go get ours. Yes, sir. That's right, fellas. Thank you for coming out, man. I enjoyed the day.
Y'all be safe out there.
Stay safe.
Get them cameras up, lock them gates, and again, love you.
Love you guys. Hey, Pelican Bay, 7-8, Fat Bill, shout out to all you guys, you YouTubers. Jeep Rascal, Red Boy, what's up, baby? All you YouTubers out there, man. My shout out to you guys, man. Thank you. Let's keep it going, man. Life is short, especially for some of us that don't. It was at the end of our rope. I'm gonna pull my That's right. And I'm gonna kick out the door, man. I'm gonna have my fun, and I'm gonna be having it with y'all. You know that BB, how that nigga going in the gangster mode, you know what I'm saying? Everybody like that little beat. It seems like it just gives me that.
You know, I ain't do the thumbs up, I ain't do the roses, I ain't do the strong arm today. Cause this was some serious shit today. Yeah. But I'm rocking that baby. Oh yeah, I'll get in there with y'all. Yeah. Camera shot. Oh. We out.
Peace. You, baby.
Bill.
Got you, Fat Bill. Thank you. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah. 88% yes. 12% no. Thank you guys for the vote.
Thank you for coming out to the show. But you know today is a weekday. You know it is a weekday. So I'm finna clear the parking lot.
Turn them up, finish them up.
Finish them up. Appreciate everybody coming out. Enjoyed your company. All that good stuff. You know,
On the way out the door, you 31 people left. Stop by there if you haven't put on the like. Give us a like. Now the last of the party hang out in the parking lot. Thank you for hanging out. Don't forget to pop that like on there, fellas. See y'all Friday.
yeah.
Stay safe.
It's like that Star Trek shit, you know what I'm saying? Take you to places you've never been before. Have the time of your life. Go to beyond. Now I'm going to damn bed. Just trying to get them last drinks in.
Tell that girl you'll talk to her tomorrow.
And I'm gonna end this in a nice way. I'm just telling you guys, clear the parking lot. I'm out. Essential.